the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber.
Thank you. Good morning, members, and I now declare the meeting open to the public online. I'd like to welcome all of our members who are participating by video conferencing this morning and to remind members about the protocols regarding the use of electronic devices. So we've received no apologies. Are members aware of any apologies? No, thank you. Chairperson's business then. I wanted to flag up a couple of items. First of all, we did the meeting yesterday with the Royal College of Surgeons. I think that was a sobering meeting, I have to say, in terms of the significant issues facing us in terms of waiting lists and in terms of people who are waiting for surgeries. I think it was very useful. I want to thank the Royal College of Surgeons for the time that they gave to that meeting. But I think that is an issue of some concern for us, and will be moving forward. So we obviously have a briefing today on that issue, so members will be able to contribute and make remarks in relation to the meeting yesterday at that point. I also did a meeting with podiatrists late last week, and I have to say again, I'm concerned, and they are reflecting concerns in relation to people not coming for scheduled appointments, in relation to interruption to their business and how they have often fallen out some of the schemes that have been put in place to pick up on business support. And they're also worryingly saying that they're seeing conditions now at a much more advanced stage than they would normally see them, and all of the problems, both management and health problems that go along with that. So that's a matter of concern. I met with the Royal College of GPs as well, and they were discussing their concerns around similar issues in terms of people availing of appointments and people coming forward with things that are worrying them or troubling them, and they would be keen to meet with the committee to discuss the provision of general practice services as well. And finally, in terms of Chair's business, I did a meeting with the in relation to stroke services, met with Chest, Heart, Stroke and British Heart Foundation in relation to the consultation on the review of services, and they are concerned that consultation, you all remember there's a significant consultation on that issue completed, and they are keen that would be progress now. They understand that COVID had interrupted it at a point in time, but that it's significantly advanced, and that in order to improve the outcomes for the population here, that element of the review of services needs to be progressed. So moving on then, members, to draft minutes. Item 3 there is your minutes, which are at tab 3.1 of your pack. Are members content with the minutes? Yeah, thank you, members. There is one item arising there from the minutes. Members will recall the department provided a memorandum on delegated powers for the Health and Social Care Bill. That was included in your table papers last week and is also at tab 4.1 of your pack this week. This memorandum identifies the provisions in the bill which confer new powers to make delegated legislation. So now that the bill has been introduced, are members content that the committee forward the delegated powers memorandum to the examiner of statutory rules? Members content with that? Thank you. Okay. So moving on then to our first substantive item briefing this morning, which is a briefing from the chair of the Inter-Departmental Working Group on the Mother and Baby Institutions and Magdalen Laundries. I refer you there, members, to papers at tab 5 of your pack. A copy of the opening remarks are also included in your table pack at tab 5.7. I can advise members that the chair of the Inter-Departmental Working Group on Mother and Baby Institutions and Magdalen Laundries is here today to update the committee on progress and on next steps. So I'd now like to welcome by video link Miss Judith Gillespie, Independent Chair of the Inter-Departmental Working Group. Are you able to hear us, Judith?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Judith, and thank you very much for coming along, and you're welcome to our committee this morning, and please go ahead. We would love to hear from you there in relation to progress and next steps on this important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, and good morning to the members of the committee as well. And can I also introduce Eilís McDaniel from the department, who leads on these issues as Director of Family and Children's Policy. Thanks for the introduction, and I really welcome the invitation from the committee to give you an update on progress in connection with the historical Mother and Baby and Magdalen Laundry institutions. I know you didn't ask for this, but if members are content, I'd also be keen to provide a brief update on where we are on the second strand of the work of the Inter-Departmental Working Group, which is on historical clerical child abuse. You'll recall I last briefed the committee on the 26th of November last year, and at that stage the report of the research by Queen's University and Ulster University was still in draft, and the committee was quite rightly pressing for publication of the report as soon as possible. So I'm very pleased to advise that there has been considerable activity and progress since the end of November. You'll know that the research report is now published. Publication took place on the 26th of January, and on the same day the executive made its decision about what would happen next. The decision was announced by the First Minister in a statement to the Northern Ireland Assembly on the afternoon of the 26th of January, after both she and the Deputy First Minister advised members of the Victims and Survivors Reference Group of the Executive's decision in a meeting in advance of it being made public. With regard to the Mother and Baby Homes and Magdalen Laundry's research report, if members are content, I want to just very briefly outline what the research found and then go on to provide you with an update on progress made since its publication. It's really important. I want to firstly pay tribute to the work of the researchers at Queen's University and Ulster University, and to the lead researchers, Professor Sean O'Connell and Dr. Leanne McCormick in particular. The research report is both comprehensive and well written, and as required by the terms of reference, it includes contextual information and information from the archives, including those held in the Public Records Office and in the records of the bodies who ran these historical institutions. It also includes the rich personal testimony of 60 individuals, survivors of the institutions or others connected with the institutions. The research examined 8 mother and baby homes, a number of former workhouses, and 4 Magdalen laundries. 3 of the mother and baby homes were operated by Roman Catholic bodies, 4 by Protestant denominational groups, and social services and charitable bodies also operated similar provision in Northern Ireland during the relevant period. Workhouses were examined on a sampling basis only. Work was carried out on a number of sample years for Belfast's Union Infirmary. 3 of the institutions described as Magdalen laundries were operated by the Good Shepherd Sisters and 1 by the Salvation Army. In terms of the research report's key findings, the research found that around 10,500 women were admitted to mother and baby institutions, and over 3,000 women were admitted to Magdalen laundries here between 1922 and 1990, the period covered by the research. I know it's hard to believe, but the last mother and baby institution closed in 1990 and the last Magdalen laundry in 1984. As far as mother and baby institutions were concerned, there were strong similarities with the experience of women examined in the recent report of the Commission of Investigation into Mother and Baby Homes in the Republic of Ireland, although there were a number of key differences. There was stigma attached to pregnancy outside of marriage. Women and girls were admitted by families, doctors, clergy, and state agencies. They were required to undertake tough chores late into pregnancy. They had little preparation for childbirth, and some had cold and castigating birth experiences. Many women and girls were separated from their children by placing them in children's homes, boarding them out, in other words, fostering, or through adoption. There was also the issue of cross-border movement of women and children into and out of these institutions. In terms of the key findings for the Magdalen laundry institutions, the key findings from the research in relation to Magdalen laundry institutions highlight that women and girls entered by a number of routes, including from mother and baby institutions. There is evidence of some admissions triggered by the circumstances of our past, for example, teenage girls and women being sheltered from forms of community rough justice. Girls and women were given class names, and there was a greater number of children under 18s in the laundries than the Hart Inquiry was able to identify. Work was carried out without pay, and some women spent a lifetime in the laundry, died there, and were buried from there. The research was not able to fully reach definitive conclusions about adoption or infant mortality. These are matters which will need to be fully addressed by a future investigation. Questions about adoption may only be answered by accessing the records of children adopted, and questions about infant mortality may only be answered by accessing the records of those children who went to children's homes or were boarded out, in other words fostered, having been born to the girls and women of mother and baby institutions. The issue of adoption is further complicated because some children were moved across the Irish border prior to being adopted, some of them in the Republic of Ireland, some outside of Ireland, in Great Britain, or indeed in the USA, for example. Regarding the First Minister's statement, some of you were present in the chamber when the First Minister made a statement to the Assembly on the 26th of January, outlining the decision by the Executive to undertake a victim-centred independent investigation into both types of historical institution. Importantly, the Executive decided that victims and survivors should be given the opportunity to shape the independent investigation, and they set a time frame of 6 months for this to take place. So turning to the co-design team, or the Truth Recovery Design Panel, as they prefer to be called, members will be aware that on Thursday the 4th of March, a further announcement was made by the Health Minister and the First and Deputy First Ministers about the appointment of a co-design team to work alongside victims and survivors to help shape the independent investigation and its terms of reference. The team is made up of 3 individuals with significant experience and expertise in this area. In place of the title Co-Design Team, they have chosen to use Truth Recovery Design Panel to describe their work. A small support office has been established to assist the panel with its work. Deirdre Mahon will lead the panel. Deirdre is the Director of Women and Children's Services and Executive Director of Social Work in the Western Trust. She is being temporarily released from her director's role to enable her to undertake this work. Deirdre has significant expertise and experience at a senior leadership level in the delivery, management and training of social work, and has considerable experience of working directly with vulnerable groups. She is also a trained facilitator. Deirdre will work alongside Professor Phil Scraton and Dr. Maeve O'Rourke. Professor Phil Scraton is a renowned criminologist, academic, author and social researcher, known particularly for his investigative work into the context, circumstances and aftermath of the 1989 Hillsborough disaster. He was a member of the Hillsborough Independent Panel, heading up its research. Professor Scraton is Professor Emeritus in the School of Law at Queen's University Belfast and Director of the Childhood, Transition and Social Justice Initiative. Professor Scraton's work also includes research on deaths in custody, the marginalisation and criminalisation of children and young people, the politics of imprisonment, the analysis of disasters and their impact on the bereaved and survivors. Dr. Maeve O'Rourke is a well-known lecturer in human rights at the Irish Centre for Human Rights, the ICHR, and a programme director of the BCL Law and Human Rights, a newly established undergraduate degree programme at the National University of Ireland, Galway. Dr. O'Rourke is director of the LLM Human Rights Law Clinic at the ICHR. Dr. O'Rourke's research interests lie primarily in the development of the rule against torture and ill treatment, human rights protections in institutional and care contexts, access to justice and redress for systemic and historical human rights abuses, and human rights research and advocacy methods. Dr. O'Rourke has provided assistance to the voluntary advocacy group Justice for Magdalenes and is currently a member of the research group Justice for Magdalenes Research. I have to say, as independent chair, I am delighted that such a fiercely independent, experienced and eminent panel is engaged in this work, and I want to thank Eilís and her team for putting the necessary governance and administrative arrangements in place to make these appointments happen so swiftly. The panel proposes to work with victims and survivors to recommend the most appropriate form of independent investigation. Panel members have made it clear that the panel will explore the full range of investigation options and has committed to making the outcome of its work public. The panel has indicated that there are 4 possible forms the investigation could take, but they've also stated that other models might be considered. At this stage, the 4 possible options include a statutory inquiry, a non-statutory inquiry, an independent panel, or an independent review. It will be a matter for the panel to determine how it will undertake its work, but panel members have been clear from the outset that they want to cast the net as widely as possible within these shores. They will also reach out to the Irish diaspora, to individuals living in other parts of the world who may have been adopted, for example, having been born to women or girls who were admitted to Northern Ireland mother and baby institutions as a result of becoming pregnant. The panel has also insisted that apart from promoting participation in the process, it will undertake its work with victims and survivors away from public and media glare. Through the process, the panel has been asked to consider a number of issues as follows: the questions the investigation should ask and answer, how the investigation should run, how long the investigation should take, who should take part in the investigation, including, importantly, who should chair, and whether legislation needs to be in place to support the investigation. The outcome being sought from the panel is advice for the Inter-Departmental Working Group, which I chair. That advice should include recommended terms of reference for the independent investigation, explain why they're being recommended, and specify the extent to which they have the support of victims and survivors. I'd like to share information with members on the co-design participation and encourage you to share this widely, please. To promote participation in the co-design process, information has been placed on NI Direct. Anyone who wants to take part can do so by calling a dedicated phone number 0300 0200 789 or by emailing the team at truthrecovery.mbi-magdalen@nigov.net. All of this is in your briefing papers. It is possible to register an interest in becoming involved by completing a form on NI Direct, and details of the NI Direct webpage are also in your briefing papers. It includes information on support services available and how to make contact with adoption services. A social media campaign is also ongoing to raise awareness of how to become involved. It is proposed that support services will be provided to those who participate in the co-design process. The Department of Health is working with the Executive Office to finalise co-design support arrangements. In addition, the Department of Health is currently working with the Health and Social Care Board and Trust Adoption Services to ensure that adoption services can sufficiently meet the demand for adoption tracing services triggered by the publication of the research report and the subsequent decisions by ministers. Members will be aware of the Victim Survivor Reference Group, which has been established, and a number of committee members met with members of the reference group. This group first met in November 2020 to act as a point of reference for the Inter-Departmental Working Group and to enable the voices of victims and survivors to be heard directly. The reference group received an embargoed copy of the research report 24 hours before its publication. The reference group then met the First and Deputy First Ministers in advance of the publication of the research report and the public announcement of the Executive's decision to conduct a victim-centred independent investigation. The reference group has also met with members of the Truth Recovery Design Panel prior to the public announcement of their appointment on the 4th of March. A further meeting of the group is scheduled for next Monday, the 15th of March. At the meeting on the 16th of February with members of the Health Committee, individual members of the reference group recounted their personal lived experience. and their individual journeys. I know that you were moved by these accounts. I have heard them a number of times now, and I never fail to be moved by them. Members will recall there was a wide-ranging and very powerful discussion from which a number of themes emerged. The call for a customised, bespoke inquiry with powers to compel witnesses and produce documents. The need for archive material to be preserved and accessed. The frustrations of accessing information regarding cross-border adoption. The need for timeliness in the co-design process. The requirement to develop bespoke support services, the call for answers to individual questions, in particular regarding identity, referred to as the missing pieces of the puzzle, and questions about burial, the need to learn the lessons from the past to improve future service provision, and the reference to interconnectedness of the institutions and state. You were also presented with a position paper on behalf of the Birth Mothers and Their Children for Justice group. The paper calls for a statutory public inquiry, explains why a statutory inquiry is necessary, and suggests terms of reference for the inquiry. It outlines the outcome an inquiry should deliver, including recommendations, redress, and holding individuals to account. It also deals with the preservation of records and access to records, to the conduct of the inquiry and how it should report. Importantly, it comments on the participation of survivors and how this might best be facilitated. It states a preference for an inquiry panel rather than a single chair, and for a chair of the panel with judicial experience. The paper has been shared with the Truth Recovery Design panel, and I am confident that that will help to stimulate discussion among other victims and survivors who participate in the co-design process. Chair, if I could now turn to the issue of historical clerical child abuse, which fell outside of the terms of reference of the institutional abuse inquiry. It is appropriate to note that it is the Executive Office which leads on this particular element. As members may be aware, the Inter-Departmental Working Group wishes to commission an in-depth research project on historical clerical child abuse in Northern Ireland. This research will enable the IDWG to make recommendations to the Executive on any future action necessary. The research will not be restricted to abuse perpetrated by ordained clergy. It will also include abuse by those carrying out a role related to the ministry of a religious institution or faith group. As such, I've held a number of introductory meetings with churches and faith groups in preparation for the launch of the forthcoming research project. To help inform this area of work, I have established a separate reference group of victims and survivors of historical clerical abuse and their representatives. To date, there have been 2 meetings of the reference group in November and in March. At the most recent reference group meeting earlier this month, we took the views of members to further refine the draft terms of reference for the research project. The research is a key step in deciding the best way forward on addressing the impact and legacy of abuse. It will also help to inform how we can best address the needs and concerns of people affected, which is paramount. It is intended that the research will include opportunities to improve existing safeguarding practice, identify any systemic issues, as well as how best to engage with victims and survivors. It will also consider how best the needs and experiences of victims and survivors might be acknowledged. The IDWG is proposing that the research would be conducted by a team with a mix of skills, including experience of health and social services, of the justice system and public protection and safeguarding, and of investigation. It is intended that the team would also have access to human rights advice as the research progresses. Officials are in the process of amending the draft terms of reference to reflect the views expressed by the reference group. The IDWG has also been briefed. I have asked that the terms of reference are brought forward to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister as soon as possible for their consideration. Subject to ministerial agreement, I would hope to be in a position to commence the research project in late spring. With members' permission, I would like to take this opportunity once again to appeal to survivors of historical clerical child abuse to come forward to talk to me about their lived experience. This can be arranged in strictest confidence if that is what they would prefer, or if they were willing, they can take part in the reference group. To date, reference group members have raised important points in relation to the scope and depth of the proposed research. Their input really is a cornerstone to this work. Chair, that concludes my opening remarks. I'm happy to take questions that members may have, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Judith, for that very comprehensive update, I have to say, and it's clear, I think, that there is a lot of activity going on in this respect, and that it is also, I think, clear that victims and survivors are central to that. Just a quick question on that. How many on the panel that you referenced there at the start, the panel that is being chaired by or being led by, that includes Phil Scraton, that panel, how many victims and survivors are on that panel?
Oh, the panel consists of just the 3 expert facilitators, but they will be reaching out far and wide to include as many victims and survivors' voices as possible. But how they do that and the process is really up to the panel themselves.
Okay, and then in terms of the archive materials that we discussed at the last meeting as well, has there been any progress, or how satisfied are you in terms of progress on that issue? And given the cross-border nature of all of this, can you update us on your thoughts around the archive materials? Are those secure? Are they being secured? Have they been secured?
I understand the Minister has written to all of the institutions asking them to preserve the material, but perhaps, Eilís, you could give more detail on that.
Yes, thank you, Judith. Chair, yes, the Minister wrote to all of the institutions who were involved in the research, or the subject of the research. That correspondence was issued in December of last year. The Minister has no powers to require those organisations to provide the records to the Department of Health, but they have been strongly advised by way of the correspondence to take reasonable steps to preserve the documents that they have in their control, in the knowledge that they may be relevant to any future investigation. In addition, they have been advised to ensure the immediate suspension of any routine or procedure for deleting or destroying any of the documents in their archives. Also asked to notify staff and former staff of the ongoing need to preserve documents, and then finally to take reasonable steps to ensure that any agents or third parties don't delete or destroy potentially relevant documents. That correspondence also went to the Health and Social Care Board and has been shared with Health and Social Care Trusts also, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I wonder, does that speak to the necessity for a statutory inquiry that would have powers to compel? Is that one of the key considerations that will have to be taken?
That's definitely one of the key concerns of victims and survivors, the preservation of archives and access to archives. But of course, all of this is part of the consultation process that the panel will be conducting with victims and survivors. So that's a clear message that will come through loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. And then in relation to support services, can you update us what support services are currently in place or are being developed, or where are the support services that you referenced, Judith, please? Where are you at on those?
Well, perhaps I'll talk. Eilís can give more detail on this. I'll just say some preliminary remarks. There will be support for those taking part in the design process, immediate support available, but there will also be longer.
Just a second, Judith. Sorry, Judith. There's some interference coming. I'm not sure if it's just me. Can I check that all members are on mute there? I'm hearing like a noise coming through. It's leaving it quite difficult to follow. Yeah, I think that's better now. Go ahead then, Judith, again, and I apologise for that. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It's a function of the technology, I guess. But, The support services will be in two stages almost. There'll be the immediate support services available for those taking part in the co-design process, but there's also a co-design process leading to bespoke support services longer term. So maybe, Eilís, do you want to say something more about how that will work?
Yes, and particularly, Eilís, in relation to the current services that are available, I'm interested in particular what's available now, because this is obviously a very difficult and traumatic process that survivors are going through right now. So that's my main concern at present.
Okay, so one of the things that we have done, and again, it's been done by way of the NI Direct website, is to signpost individuals to what we consider to be the most relevant services that are currently available, and we can provide more information to the committee on that if you require. But in addition to that, for those individuals who will be participating in the co-design process, we will be contracting the Victims and Survivors Service, which is a subsidiary of TEO, to provide services to individuals who need them by virtue of being part of co-design. So, I mean, that might be providing a listening ear, some emotional, psychological support, or indeed more intensive support if individuals actually require it. So we're in the process of putting that in place with VSS at the minute. I am expecting a proposal today, and hopefully we will be able to get that signed off as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's important that considers the full range of measures that will support people, but also that will empower them to engage with the sort of that equality of arms kind of legal concept, that whatever they might need to engage in what will be heavy documentation, traumatic, and that will all be considered. I think that will be very, very important, and I'd like you sort of keep an eye on that end of things. And the final one then from me, Judith, you outlined that the research project will commence in late spring on the historical clerical abuse element.
Yes.
So can you give me a timeline for when you expect that to be completed and when you expect it to be published?
Well, that's of course all subject to ministerial agreement, but certainly if the research commences in late spring, at the moment the plan is it would be completed within a 12-month period. But again, that is subject to discussion with the researchers, but that's the plan at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So I will go then now to members. I'll start there with Deputy Chair Pam Cameron, and then I have Jonathan, Paula, Jerry and Carol in that order. So I'll go then back to you, Pam. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judith and Eilís, for your attendance at committee today on what's quite a distressing subject for very many people. I wanted to kick off with previously talked about that the public inquiry would have been the obvious course of action in response to initial research on mother and baby homes. Could you tell us why that changed? That would be my first question. And I also wanted to ask if independent investigation will have limitations in terms of its powers to call witnesses and in terms of any legal aid support for victims and survivors.
Okay, thanks for the question. First of all, I'm not sure that my view or the view of the Inter-Departmental Working Group has ever changed. It's always been a question of putting a range of options to ministers and a preferred option. And the issue of co-design with victims and survivors came out of discussions with the reference group and learning from international best practice. And indeed, a number of commentators, not least Dr. O'Rourke herself, has said that this is a world-leading approach, and a number of other jurisdictions are looking at what's happening with the co-design process in Northern Ireland to get the learning out of that. So I think it's always been a question of learning from the experience of victims and survivors and trying to put the very best option forward that would put them at the centre. So in terms of the powers, etc., of whatever inquiry, that's a matter for the Truth Recovery Design Panel, and they'll be taking all of that into account in their deliberations about what is the most appropriate way forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And can you tell me, is the Inter-Departmental Working Group, is it playing an active role in facilitating access by victims and survivors to records held by institutions in relation to their experience?
The Inter-Departmental Working Group won't be playing a direct role in that, but I know when it comes to, for example, adoption records, I said about Eilish's consideration about additional resources being made available within the trusts to meet the demand, because there is no doubt, it's very clear, the demand has risen given the profile of the research report and the public statements around it, that there has been an increased awareness and people are coming forward to access records that perhaps they wouldn't have done previously. So it's important that the resources are there to meet the demand and to facilitate requests for information insofar as it is legally possible. The complication, of course, is when it comes to cross-border access to records. And I have had already 2 meetings with Minister O'Gorman from the Republic of Ireland. And now with this facilitation process, we need to think about how cross-border access to records will actually practically be facilitated.
Okay, now that's obviously quite a complicated process. I appreciate that. And this might be a difficult one too, but it's the last one for me. And just to ask you around, what you're envisaging as a timeline for completion of an investigation after this current 6 months. And presumably that will depend on the agreed terms of reference.
Absolutely. It's impossible to answer that question right now, but that's for the panel to determine. But one of the messages that has come through from victims and survivors, again, loud and clear, is about timeliness. This can't go on and on. Some of them are getting quite old and frail, in particular the Magdalen laundries demographic, the women who were in the laundries, those who are still alive are getting old, and it is important to deliver something as swiftly as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Pam. Jonathan, go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judith, for your presentation. I want to congratulate you on holding to your word in terms of the swift publication of the report following our meeting late last year. I think that that is certainly to be welcomed, and indeed any of us in the committee that have listened to the testimonies of these brave women, your heart can't not but go out to them, and I welcome your approach in talking about a victim-led approach in all of this as we go forward. So just a couple of questions, if I may, in relation to that. We have been told that the academic research indicates that the health and welfare authorities were involved to varying degrees in the entry of women to these institutions. How will the relevant departments demonstrate independence from the investigations?
That's a really important question, and it goes to the heart of confidence in whatever independent investigation is decided on. But this is not the first time that departments will have been subject to independent investigation, and I'm sure there are well-established processes by which there are firewalls put between those involved in the investigation and those being investigated. And I suppose it is really important to have the voice of those who know their way around the system, who know where records are held, who know what questions to ask, to have those voices also represented in the process. But I accept it's difficult to manage that, but it's not the first time. This is not the first inquiry where that will have had to be managed. I don't know if Eilish wants to add anything more to that.
I suppose a reasonable comparator would be the historical institutional abuse inquiry. Departments were subject to investigation by way of that inquiry, and there was a very clear separation between how the inquiry was conducted and the departments who were involved as respondents to that inquiry. So I think Judith is right. It has been done before. It is possible to do, and my expectation is that it will be done by way of the independent investigation that the Treaty Recovery Design Panel is currently looking at.
Okay, and I welcome the comments there, because that independence element will be crucial in terms of credibility of the work going forward. In terms of the work that's being taken forward, or potentially being taken forward by the Inter-Departmental Working Group on Mother and Baby Institutions, are they separate to the independent investigation? Can you give us any indication on that?
So the Inter-Departmental Working Group will put a proposal to ministers which will be recommended by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. So in 6 months' time, when they've finished their co-design work with victims and survivors, they will put a recommendation to the Inter-Departmental Working Group, which will then go to ministers for decision. So the Inter-Departmental Working Group itself won't be developing a proposal. It will be the Truth Recovery Design Panel, if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that does indeed. And finally, you did touch on this in the previous response in relation to the cross-border element of this, and how that is adding an extra layer of difficulty in relation to compelling witnesses, etc. Are you in a position to elaborate on how the independent investigation, how those powers will manifest in relation to calling witnesses from other jurisdictions?
Again, I don't know. That's something that obviously is going to have to be taken into account by the Truth Recovery Design Panel, and it will involve an element, a significant element of cross-border cooperation. How that will actually work in practice, that needs to be subject to further discussion.
Okay, but what you are saying is those cross-border conversations that you're having at present and have had are positive in relation to the desire and will to ensure that we get full accountability cross-border.
Yeah, those questions have been at a high level, and agreement in principle has taken place. It's now a question of working out the detail of how that agreement in principle will be translated into something practical.
Okay, thank you. I wish you well in this work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going then to Paula. Go ahead, Paula, please. Just checking, do we have Paula Bradshaw on the line? Yes,
there's
Paula,
a delay there in getting the unmuted. Thank you, Judith and Eilís, for coming today. Really pleased about the progress that you are making. I suppose my first question is around the resources for you, Judith, and your team. I have asked the Health Minister around this, but I'm conscious that because of the publicity around the research report, that a lot of more people have come forward. And I'm just wondering, in terms of, you said there's a small team now, but could you elaborate on who they are and whether you feel that it's sufficient to support you going forward? That's the first question.
Yeah, and that's a really important question, because as the profile of this issue has been raised, so the number of calls, the number of queries and people coming forward who have perhaps never spoken before has grown, and it's so important that we meet that demand. I certainly have found personally a lot of people now coming forward, even just emailing me or wanting to talk about their experience and wanting to register their interest in being involved in the co-design process. So it's so important that we meet that additional demand. I know Eilís has been looking at the resources for both the support offices and indeed in adoption services. So maybe Eilís, you want to say something more about that, please?
Thank you, Judith. Yes, Paula, we've put a reasonably small support office in place now that exists to support the panel, the Truth Recovery Design panel. So it does include a qualified social worker among the team, because we consider that it's important that when people are making calls to the support office, that there's somebody there who can actually deal with maybe some of the issues that people want to discuss when they make that initial call. So the office is small at the minute, but there's the capacity to grow that if demand increases. At the same time, we're currently looking at our adoption services. So we do know that there has been an increase in the number of calls to trusts seeking support with tracing, for example. So I think there's around 34 new referrals have been received since the publication of the report, and we know that 12 of those referrals have a direct connection with mother and baby homes. So one of the things that the department is looking at the minute is how we actually add to that resource to ensure that when people do make the call, seek support, want to trace, that our adoption services are capable of responding to the demand as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. And as you know, it's something I was campaigning for many years to get more resources in there, so I'm glad it's finally happening. I suppose that the second issue is in relation to the paper that the birth mothers and their Children for Justice have circulated around the public inquiry. They make a very compelling case for it. The only concern I would have about a public inquiry per se would be that it wouldn't bring forward then the likes of access to compensation and redress. You know, that may push it down the road. And as we know, a lot of the victims and survivors of mother-baby homes are now quite elderly. And the last thing we need is for this exact same thing has happened with historical institutional abuse, where people are actually dying before they actually get the redress that they deserve. So could you talk to us about how that part of the process could be expedited? Thank you.
Well, again, accepting all of the points you've made, Paula, that is a matter for the Truth Recovery panel, the design panel. They are very mindful of the demographic of the victim survivor population that they're working with, that they will want to listen to the views of all of the people involved. And I think it's really important to remember the Magdalene women and the point that I made earlier about the ageing population that is that group of survivors of the laundries, and the need to deliver something as swiftly as possible. But also there is the possibility of using the existing redress scheme for those who were children in these institutions. And so we mustn't forget that it is possible in parallel to make sure that those who are eligible for redress under that scheme come forward and get the redress that they deserve. But all of this is a matter for the Truth Recovery Design Panel to consider in their deliberations regarding what is the most appropriate type of investigation going forward.
Okay, and thank you. And finally for me, it's in relation to the reference group around the historical clerical child abuse. When I met with TO officials probably about 3 or 4 years ago, I think Eilís, you were maybe at that meeting, and one of the concerns was that it was hard to get a bit of traction because people were not coming forward to the department to tell their story and seek some support. How have you identified the members of that reference group? And the second part of that really is around, obviously, where there's clerical child abuse, there's obviously a criminal element to that. And so how are you separating that out and supporting those people around the sort of the criminal justice redress avenue? Thank you.
So in relation to the first question, it's really been word of mouth, reaching out to survivor support groups, reaching out through the faith groups. Some of them have put people in touch with me, which has been really, really helpful as well. So it's very much been just word of mouth and friends of friends, and this kind of snowball effect where you get one survivor on board who knows others and brings them with them. But I would like ideally to have many more survivors' voices represented on that group. I can't remember the second part of your question, Paula. Sorry, could you ask it again?
Obviously, if they're coming forward, they're presenting they're subject to a crime and multiple crimes.
Yeah, so some of the survivors actually have been through the criminal justice system and have had outcomes. And their experience through the criminal justice system has been very, very powerful. And how they have, how they have been dealt with by the justice system, and that is equally part of the research that's included in terms of reference, how people have been supported through the justice system and what the outcome was at the end of it, and that's an equally important part of the learning in all of this. So it's really important to hear survivors' voices, and not just those who for whatever reason, haven't been through the criminal justice system, but also those who have. And a number have also taken civil actions and been through the civil process and got outcomes from that. And relating their experience, how that felt for them is an equally important part of this research.
Okay, thank you, Judith, and thank you to your team.
Thank you, Paula. And going then to Jerry Carroll. Jerry, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Judith and Eilís. In terms of the files that the researchers have had access to, I know the Chair was talking about the records generally, but the files that the researchers have had access to, have they been protected? And also a second question, in terms of has the government or TEO or anybody in the department had any meetings with any of the charities, any of the institutions in relation to some of the issues generally, but also exploring the possibility of redress as well, as far as you know?
On the first question, the files that the researchers had access to, they are still held by the institutions, although the researchers would have created their own records as well, and that they are being preserved. Obviously, they have anonymised records and held under data protection regulations, so their archive material is being held, but also the files that they accessed are still held by the institutions, and that's the letter that Eilís was referring to, the letter from the Minister, which went to all of the institutions asking them to preserve and not destroy those records. Your second question about meetings with the institutions, I have met with all of the faith leaders. I've met with the Archbishop and the Church of Ireland Archbishop and the heads of the various Protestant Christian denominations. There hasn't been any discussion around anything other than taking forward the historical clerical child abuse research. So in terms of the anything connected with redress and all of that, that's a matter, I guess, for the Truth Recovery Design Panel to discuss with victims and survivors, but no meetings have taken place in relation to that to date, so far as I know, and certainly not with charitable organisations that you referred to.
Thanks for that, Judith, and appreciate the answers. I mean, I am quite concerned that obviously, some of the records, sort of going by your answer, are still maintained by the institutions, and I appreciate the Minister has written, as Eilís said, kind of strongly advising, slightly paraphrase maybe, but strongly advising that they hold on to the records. But to me, that sounds quite a soft approach. I think given the scale of abuse and allegations here, I think there needs to be a stronger approach. And to me, it begs the question that, surely the police should be brought in to seize the records, protect them, and at least have an understanding of who has what, and I think that's a question that many victims and survivors will be wondering. So I don't know if you can comment on that, but just to add in, I mean, in terms of prosecution, I mean, is there any discussion about prosecution, how that would happen? Who would be likely targeted or brought in for investigation or questioning? And that, I think, is quite an important point. And I think just finally, because I know we've got limited time, I think in terms of a statutory public inquiry, I think obviously the terms of reference has to be, in my view and the view of others, shaped quite strongly by victims and survivors, not in a with respect, not in a tokenistic way, but in a strong way in terms of who can be compelled, in terms of making recommendations. So just to comment on that as well. Thanks.
Okay, so in relation to the first issue about the Minister's letter, there is no statutory power at the moment. It's purely based on moral authority, but I think it's also important to say that many of the institutions were very helpful in making their records available, and actually made everything available that was there. But of course, some of the records are incomplete and some records are missing. And so whatever, even with the best will in the world, the picture may be incomplete for some survivors, sadly, because some of the records are damaged or missing. And in relation to police seizing records, it's important to remember that some of this archive material is not in this jurisdiction. And so the minister's letter was the very best that we could do at the moment. And of course, if there is some sort of an inquiry with statutory powers, then that puts us in a much stronger position to require those records to be both preserved and accessed. Regarding prosecution, yes, there has been discussion. Some victims and survivors want to see people held to account through the criminal justice system. But of course, that will depend on the evidence being available. It will depend on survivors being prepared to make statements of complaint to the police, etc. And all of that will be part of the truth recovery design process. But there are some people who want to see that happen. Not everyone wants to see that happen, but some certainly do. And if the evidence is there, that has to be an option that might be taken forward. And then finally, your point about the public inquiry, about the terms of reference being shaped by victims and survivors and not as a token. This is absolutely putting victims and survivors in the centre of the process. And I know that the Truth Recovery Design Panel will be fiercely independent about that and will want to make sure that they hear all of the voices, not just those perhaps who have spoken the most about this, but they want to hear new voices as well, and to make sure that everybody's voice is heard in deciding what is the best way forward. So it's certainly not tokenistic as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks, Judith.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. And going then to Carol Nichillen. Go ahead, Carol, please.
So thank you very much for your appearance today at the committee. The questions I have, you've partly answered them, Judith, in relation to, for example, where adoptions occurred across the island and in the south, that there won't be any birth certificates, I'm assuming, and that's a big issue at the minute. And the other question I have is in relation to where adoptions happened with religious orders. So children, babies, were taken to, say, for example, Scotland, Glasgow and Edinburgh. And because, I've heard of anecdotal stories of that. And then the last thing is where babies died. And occasions there are no birth or death certificates either. And I think that has been absolutely traumatic for the generations of families who've maybe just discovered that this happened, didn't know, and they're going through their own truth recovery process and trying to allocate those public records, and they're simply not there. They're not there. I mean, I know of one family of an elderly relative, really elderly, a couple of years ago, who was dying and made this massive disclosure. And the family have been trying to locate records and they're not there. There's no birth certificate. And indeed, they don't know if the child survived or not. So, you've already outlined that in your report in terms of, your presentation in terms of missing records. It's just to get your views on that because it's particularly a live issue at the minute in the south.
Okay, thanks for those questions, Carol. And maybe I'll ask Eilís to take the first and second one, but if I can deal with the third one first, which is about the babies who have died. The Queen's and UU research really, and this is not a criticism of the researchers, but it just scratched the surface of this issue, and what it discovered raised really big questions regarding what happened to the babies who ended up in baby homes or indeed were fostered or boarded out, as the term was back in the day. And that's a huge unanswered question. And because of the time limitations on the research, they just weren't able to get into this in any detail. But the sampling that they did do with regard to the one baby home on the Ormer Road was really quite alarming with regard to the mortality rates of infants who ended up in the baby homes. And we know that a very significant percentage of babies who were born to girls and women in mother and baby homes ended up in separate baby homes and indeed were fostered or boarded out. And there just isn't that trail of outcomes, from birth to what happened to them. It's just impossible. It wasn't possible for the researchers in the time that they had to answer those questions. So any inquiry, any investigation that comes out of this, I think will be a very significant plank of that investigation. Again, that's up to the panel to decide what that looks like. But for me, that's a really important part of the investigation, because the babies who died don't have a voice. And from what you've said, that there are revelations about people who are coming forward now who want to know what happened to these babies, that are legitimately wanting to find the answers to that. So those are really important questions that need to be answered. Eilís, I'm going to ask you to talk about the other two issues about the adoptions, please.
I think members fully understand that the research wasn't able to reach definitive conclusions about adoption at all. Now, that's partly because the research had no access to adoption records, and to fully answer the questions about adoption records will need to be accessed, and that will be a matter for an independent investigation. You're quite right, Carol. The adoption journey starts with a birth record. And absolutely, access to birth records too will be incredibly important for an independent investigation. So a lot of work to be done to get to the answers about adoption in those historical institutions. We know what the law required historically about the movement of children out of the jurisdiction, for example, and we need to examine whether the law was followed in all of the cases of those individuals where adoption was the outcome.
And finally, Chair, we're hearing of horrific stories that, there was faked pregnancies of women who were going to receive a baby from the mother and baby homes or the Magdalen laundries. And there was no record whatsoever of even the girl or the woman being in an institution in the first place. The records are very vague about them being there, but what happened to them or what happened to their babies, we're only hearing some of the stories coming out now. Do you believe that it's only through a public inquiry that you'll get to the truth recovery and indeed the truth underneath this just horrible and tragic shame for us all? Because I believe that's what it is. I believe it's a completely national shame, the way in which girls and women were treated right up until the 80s and 90s. But certainly, is your own instinct that we will not get to as much to the truth as possible in absence of a full public inquiry?
I agree with you that it is shameful the way girls and women were treated, and in many cases girls and women who had been the victim of sexual crime, who'd been the victim of rape, incest, unlawful carnal knowledge, and then were doubly victimised in the way that they were shamed and treated in these institutions, and were still, some of them ended up then in a laundry after having given birth to their babies. It's absolutely shameful. It's appalling. It's grotesque. It's all of those awful descriptive words. You talked about faked pregnancies. The research, I don't believe, came across any evidence of that happening in Northern Ireland, although I know that appears to have happened in the Republic of Ireland. But they certainly didn't, to my knowledge, uncover any evidence of faked pregnancies. But there certainly were, in many cases, very vague or scant records. In fact, there was this this policy of not asking how girls and women ended up pregnant, that was a concerted policy that we don't discuss the circumstances in which they came into this institution. And it was described as a cloud of unknowing, I think was the term. Nobody asked the question, and therefore nobody dealt with the trauma that the girl or the woman had even before she came into the mother and baby home. And the records often were names were changed, or girls and women were not encouraged to talk about their experience with other women in the institution. So it was all very much no questions asked, very scant records kept, and therefore that makes tracing archive records very, very challenging. So in answer to your question about is the public inquiry the only way, I would say even with a public inquiry, even with full access to archive records, even with the statutory powers to compel witnesses, there may still be some questions that remain forever unanswered, and that's desperately sad. But certainly powers to compel, powers to require records would be very, very helpful to get answers to as many people as possible.
Thank you, Judith, for your work. It's very difficult. I listened to those testimonies, so just to put on record, and Eilís too, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I'll go then to Orlia Flynn. Orlia, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to Eilís and Judith for coming to the committee today and providing us with all of this information and update. I just wanted to ask on, Judith, I think you had touched on it around so obviously the inclusion of as many survivors' voices as possible in this process of co-production and co-design. And you had mentioned the NI Direct website, the email that people can access, and then also that dedicated phone number. So I'm just wondering, the social media campaign that you have spoke about sort of launching to raise the awareness about how people can become involved, has that been launched yet, or has that still to take place? And I know that I have been contacted even from the report was published a couple of months ago. People have reached out to me individually to say, look, here's my experience. How can I get involved? How can I take part? So aside from the NI Direct and the email and the dedicated phone line number and the social media campaign, has there been any consideration to try and get mainstream media to try and sort of elevate it for you to give people an opportunity to have their say in this process?
Thanks for the question, and I welcome any opportunity to get the contact details out into the public domain. And we have considered all forms of media. And for example, after the Spotlight programme, which went out on Tuesday evening, I know Spotlight tweeted the details of contacting, so it's on the BBC Twitter feed as well. But I'm very conscious that I'm getting some feedback here. Is everybody getting feedback, or is it just me?
There's a bit coming through to me as well. Can everybody just check they're on mute, please, again?
Thank you.
We're still hearing you okay, Judith. It might be difficult, but we are hearing you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I am very conscious of the demographic here, and many of these women and indeed their grown-up adopted children may not be on social media. So it is important to think about the mainstream media. And quite often my experience has been that it has been sons and daughters or nieces and nephews or relatives of these women who have brought this to their attention by seeing it on social media or indeed in other media in the mainstream press. So we need to consider all of those options. Your question about has the social media campaign been launched? I believe it has, although I'm not 100% sure. But I certainly have done video recordings to be put out on social media. So the preparatory work has been done, and I think it has already gone live. But I'm not 100% sure, to be honest on that. I can check that.
No, thanks very much, Judith. And apologies if it has, because then obviously I've missed it. But certainly I'm sure along with the rest of the Health Committee members will be more than happy to promote this for you and to share all those those details. My final question, just quickly, Eilís, you had mentioned earlier around one of the questions the chair had asked about the current supports for people then obviously that are getting involved in the process and that might need that support afterwards. So the NI Direct website that obviously offers some of those agencies that can help and support people, are you able to monitor how many people are availing of that type of support? And I'm only asking that question because as more people will hopefully come forward and get involved, it's do you have the capacity with the resources that you have at present to help and support people through that process?
In response to your question about will the department be monitoring, I think I just need to make it abundantly clear that the department is actually quite separate from that process. So our role was to ensure that those support services were put in place. As and when people access them, that will obviously happen through a co-design process that the department is actually sitting quite separate from. So, I mean, it's something that certainly I can raise with the panel itself, ask whether it proposes to monitor the extent to which those support services are being accessed. I mean, I have had the conversation with the Victims and Survivors Service, and what we've agreed is that they will monitor who will access their service, and if demand exceeds what we think it will be, they will come back to me, and we may need to increase that contract or provide more under that contract or Leah.
Very good, Eilís. Thank you for clarifying that. That's very useful, and thanks again.
Thank you, Orlia. And going then finally to Alan. Go ahead, Alan, please. We're not hearing you, Alan. Can you just check, Alan? We're not hearing you from you, Alan. Can you check if you're on mute?
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Sorry about that.
Alan. Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman, I was just saying that every time I listen to these presentations, I'm filled with two emotions, sadness and anger in equal measure. And then followed by compassion for the many little babies that were treated like commodities and who have grown up with so many unanswered questions. But looking back at the way various things were done back in the day, we must appreciate that many situations represented the circumstances and standards of the time. But these baby and mother homes in the Magdalen laundries and the associated treatments can't be explained away or justified in any shape or form by the passage of time. They were cruel places, and their regimes must be condemned and exposed. So what I would like to ask Judith, in terms of the victims, is there consensus among them, a sort of general consensus among them about the shape that the inquiry should take? You worry that there may be some who will be happy with the final model and some who may be disappointed with it, but just is there a consensus? And are they happy at the moment with the input that they're having into trying to shape what form the inquiry will move forward in? And would a full statutory inquiry be the preferred choice? But are there any sort of downsides in that? Is any of the other models be a better option for the victims, or is a full statutory inquiry? It certainly would be my choice, but I'm just wondering, does Judith feel that will provide the best outcome for the victims? Thank you.
These are the really big questions that we're asking the Truth Recovery Design Panel to answer, and that's why we've got such eminent, experienced, knowledgeable people involved in this process, Alan. And just to answer your question on consensus, is there consensus? No, there isn't. There are loads of different views. everybody agrees that they want justice and they want accountability. But what that actually looks like when you scratch below the surface of, well, what do you mean by wanting justice? There are different and subtle ways in which people express their different desires. A number of victims and survivors have expressed to me this idea that they want some sort of restorative approach where they'd like to meet with the institutions, where they'd like some explanation as to why they were treated so coldly and cruelly, and to look people in the eye and have that discussion. To other victims and survivors, the idea of that would be repugnant. Some want an apology, others do not think it's too late for an apology, and all they want is accountability, redress, and criminal prosecutions. So if you ask someone, what do you mean by justice? It means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And that's why it's so important that we have such experienced people leading this discussion and working with victims and survivors to design the very best possible outcome that we can get. And, like everything, we'll probably not please everyone. But if there's something in this for everyone, and if it delivers something for everyone, then that would be success as far as I'm concerned. And you asked, are victims and survivors happy with the way things are shaping up? Most, if not all, have welcomed the panel, a very eminent and experienced group of people. That there is a huge responsibility on their shoulders, and they are very conscious of that. But no better people for the job, and I look forward to the outcome of their work with victims and survivors, and it is about putting victims and survivors right at the centre of that at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, Judith, I'd just like to place on record my appreciation for the work that you have done to date on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Chiara has indicated that her questions have already been picked up on, so she's content with that, and I appreciate that in the interest of time. So thank you for that. So listen, thank you again, Judith and Eilís. I have to say, it is clearly a huge amount of work. I am pleased to see that, and I think we're all pleased to see that the victims and survivors are central and their voices are being heard, and that support is being developed at the very least, and being delivered to them, which is crucial to allow them to continue to engage in this process in a meaningful way. But I want, on behalf of the committee, to wish you all the best in the time ahead in this very, very important work. And I agree with the comments that this is an absolute shameful episode in our history as a nation, and we do need to ensure that this can never happen again, and that those who suffered from it find some part of the solution that they are seeking, that along the many various aspects of it that you have outlined, Judith. And we will certainly, as a committee, also when we can and where we can, would share those contact details to try to encourage many to take part. So thank you for coming along today, and we look forward to engaging with you in the future again around this key issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm coming. Good morning.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, members, and thank you for keeping that on track there. I do appreciate that. I wonder, I'll take comments now, but I'm just wondering, should we look at putting this back on the forward work programme, maybe from the co-design team, to get a further update? I think this is an issue that we should keep a kind of a watching brief on, and to ensure that things are moving along and pick up on some of the issues that are being raised as this unfolds. Would members be content, or members any other things they wish to suggest in that respect?
Content, Chair.
With that, Paula, were you looking in?
I think it was Carol first. Go ahead, Carol.
So, yes, I would be content, and I appreciate the comment you said at the start, in terms of our time and all the rest of it. But, this is something that, we personally, I feel on the committee that we need to be, fully supportive of, and as needs to be part of our work.
Yeah. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. And I was really pleased to get that update on the historical clerical child abuse. I think that's very, very significant, and I suppose that's something that we need to maybe get a more full update as the terms of reference are published, and as people start to come forward. But again, I was really pleased to hear that today.
Yeah. Okay, well listen, we'll take a very short break there, members, and come back to our departmental briefing on waiting list. If we could take a 5-minute break, so if we're back just after 1:45 again, please. Thank you. I'll see you then.
Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound.
Okay, thank you, members. So we're now resuming our meeting with a departmental briefing on waiting lists and waiting times. This is a briefing from the department on elective waiting times. I refer members to the briefing paper, which you received at tab 6.1 of your papers, and to correspondence concerning waiting times at tab 6.2. The briefing paper from the Royal College of Surgeons is also included in your table pack there at tab 6.3. So I would now like to welcome Ms. Lisa McWilliams, who is Director of Performance Management in the Health and Social Care Board. Are you hearing us okay, Lisa? Yeah, are you hearing us okay, Lisa? Just double checking.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you there, Lisa. Thank you and welcome to our committee. We're also joined by Mr. Paul Cavanagh, who is Interim Director of Planning and Commissioning within the HSCB. Can you hear us okay, Paul?
I can, Colin. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. And Mr. Alastair Campbell, Director of Hospital Service Reform within the Department of Health. Are you able to hear us okay, Alastair? Just check again, Alastair. We haven't heard from you there. I'm not sure if you're able to hear us. No, I can see. I have you on the screen. We can see you, Alastair, but we're still not hearing you. No. No, we're still not hearing you, but what I might do is maybe we'll go back to Lisa and just maybe we'll proceed and hopefully Alastair will be able, I'm sure he's resourceful enough to get that sorted out in the meantime. So Lisa, is it yourself doing the principal briefing?
It is indeed, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, well listen, sure, go ahead, Lisa, then, and please go ahead and brief the committee on the issues concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to brief the Health Committee on waiting times for elective care. The Chair has alluded to the short paper that was provided in advance, which I hope has been helpful. With your permission, I'll outline some of the key points covered in that paper. It is regrettable that any patient has to wait longer than they should for assessment, diagnosis or treatment, and I fully understand the distress and anxiety that long waiting times cause, particularly when patients are suffering pain and discomfort. Long waiting times also have a societal impact, much wider than the individuals themselves. We last briefed the Committee on elective waiting times in February 2020. Since then, COVID-19 has presented our health and social care system with its biggest challenge since its foundation, and that is in the context of the huge strategic challenges facing the HSE prior to the pandemic, which are well highlighted in the Bingo report and Delivering Together agenda. Waiting times for patients have been unacceptable for some time and have deteriorated further as a consequence of the pandemic. At the end of December 2020, some 320,000 people were waiting for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment for assessment. Almost 85 of those have been waiting longer than the target of 9 weeks and more than half longer than a year. In relation to treatment, 105,000 patients were waiting to be admitted at the end of December 2020. Similar to the assessment position, 82% have been waiting longer than 13 weeks and more than half were waiting longer than 1 year. At the end of December, 115,000 patients were waiting for a diagnostic test. Of those, 60% had waited longer than 9 weeks and 36 longer than 26 weeks. While the number of patients waiting longer than 9 weeks at the end of December is broadly similar to the previous year, it is an improvement of the position at the end of May 2020 when we saw 93,000 waiting longer than 9 weeks. Prior to COVID, the trend in demand for hospital-based elective services had been increasing, influenced by the growing, ageing population and with a greater prevalence of chronic health problems. This increase in demand had not been met by a corresponding increase in capacity, and as a result, people were waiting longer than the target waiting times. This trend is expected to continue and will only be addressed if we take action to increase capacity, promote healthier lifestyle and tackle health inequalities. As I've alluded to, the impact of COVID-19 on waiting times has been profound and will undoubtedly be long-lasting. Throughout the pandemic, the HSE continued to provide high priority and urgent services such as emergency care and time-critical treatments. Given the detrimental impact of COVID on elective care and the reduction in the level of HSE capacity that could be delivered, the need to explore all opportunities, both within the HSE and the independent sector, to see and treat patients was of paramount. To this end, the Health and Social Care Board worked closely with 3 local IS providers to increase theatre capacity during 2021. In the first stage of the pandemic, HSE had the full access to all 3 local IS hospital facilities to treat cancer and time-critical patients. Although these arrangements ceased at the end of June 2020, the HSE has continued to access IS capacity on a theatre session basis. As a result, many thousands of patients have been treated by HSE consultants in private healthcare facilities, approximately 4,600 in the year to date. In addition, the HSE has secured capacity from a number of other IS providers, both within Northern Ireland and in the Republic of Ireland, to provide assessments, diagnostics and treatments. Furthermore, a number of private healthcare providers are insourcing services whereby privately recruited teams of consultants and clinicians are using HSE infrastructure to treat HSE patients. The HSE will continue to require access to IS capacity to reduce the backlog of patients for assessment and treatment for some time. During the pandemic, it was essential that all available capacity was protected for the highest priority patients, but on an equitable basis. Following the significant challenges over the Christmas and New Year period, the Health Minister agreed a regional approach to the prioritisation and management of elective activity. As a consequence, a regional prioritisation oversight group was established, chaired by myself. This group has met on a weekly basis since January to ensure that the relative clinical prioritisation of cancer and time-critical cases across specialties and trust boundaries is consistent and transparent to ensure all available theatre capacity both in-house and in the IS is fully and appropriately maximised. This regional approach, whilst remaining agile, helps minimise the risk of postcode lottery and ensures the allocation on a clinical prioritisation basis. Whilst this may mean that patients will need to travel further for their surgery, it is better that the highest priority treatments are delivered rather than not at all. If the vaccination programme is successful, Surge 3 will hopefully be our final surge of this pandemic. Even then, we're only at the start of an enormous period of rebuilding. The Department's Rebuilding Health and Social Care Services strategic framework requires Trust to prepare 3 monthly rebuilding plans, seeking out how routine activity will be restarted in the wake of each surge. HSE Trust made enormous efforts to resume elective services and succeeded in rapidly increasing activity over the last summer. Regrettably, from the point that unscheduled admissions began to rise significantly in October 2020, there has been a prolonged detrimental impact on elective services. By way of example of the efforts of staff, from the 1st of October to the 31st of December 2020, Trust committed to delivering 228,000 outpatient consultants. In fact, they delivered 264,000. Similarly, they aimed to deliver 114,000 diagnostics and instead delivered 142,000. Taking account of the de-escalation as we come out of Surge 3, coupled with the need for staff to have time to recover from the demanding winter, Trusts have been asked to develop plans for the period April to June 2021 and thereafter on a 3-monthly rolling basis. These plans will be published. This will of course be subject to the future pattern of the pandemic and the number of patients requiring unscheduled admission. As part of these rebuild plans, Trust will have to outline their plans for green pathways and green sites to ensure complete separation of planned routine services and emergency services. The rescheduling of theatre lists is currently underway and Trusts are slowly increasing the provision of in-house capacity, which will help equalise waiting times across the region. Waiting list additionality within the HSE Trust will, however, take some time to be re-established. The bottom line is that our waiting lists are too long and are getting longer. We know the way that services are structured are not fit for purpose, and the elective care plan's roadmap for reform was outlined in our last briefing. However, reform will not be enough without investment necessary to deliver it. Without major sustained investment, it will not be possible to return waiting times to an acceptable standard. The Minister has made it clear that hospital waiting lists across all programmes of care must be a major priority in 21 and beyond. The level of funding available will be made clear with the budget bill, but I can assure the committee that work is already underway to ensure that any additional investment is fully utilised to best effect. In summary, addressing the waiting list backlog and reforming services to ensure future sustainability is complex and will take time. Multi-year funding, both recurrent to close the capacity gap and non-recurrent to address the backlog, will be required over and above what is needed for the delivery of core services. The required investment continues to be estimated to be in the region of £750 million to £1 billion, and it is likely to take up to 10 years to tackle this challenge. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take comments from the committee.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And I suppose firstly from me, we have met informally with the Royal College of Surgeons, and they have outlined, some of the difficulties and some of the suggestions. Prominent among which were the development of green pathways and sites. So, and they had, I suppose, we discussed the need for urgency and the need for focus, and in terms of this, and a similar type of urgency that we've seen in terms of redesigning services around COVID. So are you satisfied that the Trust, and how do you ensure that the Trust will have this plan in place that will significantly press down and will provide those green pathways very quickly in April, and so we're not discovering in June that there's a lag time, or how are you ensuring that urgency is maintained?
Thank you, Chair. And what I would indicate is that we have been operating a number of COVID light sites in a number of our hospital trusts and facilities throughout the pandemic. So Daisy Hill, when the emergency department had been coupled in with Craigavon, acted as a COVID light site. And then we have many of the Lagan Valley, Down, Mid Ulster have continued to act as COVID light sites. So we do have COVID light sites that are separated from particularly emergencies and unscheduled admissions. The trusts in their plans for April to June will be looking at sites including the likes of the Musgrave Park Hospital, where we can undertake our orthopaedic activity in the Belfast Trust, to see how the workforce can be protected, and also to ensure fractures are not decanted into that site, therefore preventing it from being a COVID light site. So workforce is key, and the scale and pace, including the designation of the City Hospital for the complex surgery, it will take time, but the trusts in their plans for April to June will step through the scale and pace of their green pathways and their green sites, because it is acceptable that you'll have green pathways in sites that have an ED and have unscheduled admissions, but you separate wards admissions and you separate emergency theatre access. So the trusts are working through that, and there's a very clear expectation and there's a clear desire for the trust, the clinical teams and the management to actually resume elective services.
Okay, and thank you for that. And that actually leads me on then fairly neatly to the other major, and perhaps the major issue. As we all know, all of these services and procedures depend upon people and those frontline staff who have been so hard pressed, and regardless of what infrastructure you have, if we don't have the nurses, if we don't have the anaesthetists, if we don't have all the ancillary staff there. So given the pressure they've been under, but also given the fact that many of them have been redeployed out of the areas they were trained for and would be keen, I think, across the board to return, what can you outline for us what the plans are and the timelines in order to rebuild those key people back into to make them available again for these key surgeries?
Thank you, Chair. And as we've been de-escalating, as we've come out of Surge 3 over the last number of weeks, we have been moving, I suppose, the operative staff, so the theatre nurses and the surgical ward staff, have been being relocated back to the jobs that they would normally do. So we've been doing that in a very phased step, as we have been able to close the escalated ICU beds. So we have already started that process of, I suppose, reverse deployment back to core jobs. But in the trust plans, they are building in a period of downtime for staff, but undoubtedly staff have also indicated that actually returning to their core jobs is a type of break, although not a full break. So people are keen to get back to what they would normally be doing.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Paul, maybe just to add to that, I've been very closely involved in the critical care operational hub that we've had in place since January, because this third wave, Colm, as we all know, had a very, very severe impact on health and social care in Northern Ireland. I must say I'm immensely proud of our staff for the work that they've done in recent months. I'm very humbled by them as well, because they really have gone more than the extra mile, Colm, and I think I'm sure the committee would share that sentiment as well. And I think the challenge has been that we did reach a point where we had increased our critical care beds to such an extent that we'd drawn staff in from a whole range of other parts of the system, not just within our hospitals, but also within some of our community services, drawn staffs, particularly from the likes of theatres, who obviously have some sort of shared skills with critical care staff, so are very useful, but also across the board. So we've had a whole range of staff coming into our system of critical care in recent times. And what we also found with the third wave, Colm, was that longer lengths of stay have also been evident. So we've had patients longer in those beds, a lot more beds actually put up compared to our normal critical care, and a mix then in terms of trying to cope with the number of patients who had COVID-related conditions, and also those non-COVID, those things that we would have any other year in relation to critical care requirements in terms of things like major trauma and so on. So it has been very challenging for us to reduce. And one of the principal levels I think we're very clear of is as we reduce, and we have seen a considerable reduction in the last 3 weeks of the number of critical care beds that we've had, we're very conscious that we need to give staff some time to rest. And each of the trusts are thinking about that in terms of, as we reduce beds, one, the staff who have come from all over Northern Ireland to support the Nightingale in Belfast City, they have been released back to their home trust and are getting some time off as well. The staff within Belfast are beginning to actually get some of the respite they need as they begin to return to their work in theatres. So in that way, we haven't just been able to kind of flip the switch and say, today you're doing critical care, tomorrow you're back in a theatre and you're back in a surgical ward supporting patients. We've had to be patient. So the de-escalation has taken longer than I think we would have first anticipated, but it's a reflection of the number of patients still in our beds. And while we're in much better shape today, Colin, than we were a month ago, at the same time, we're not out of the woods yet, and I think everyone kind of recognises that. But again, we have to give our staff a chance to recuperate and get back to the hard work and the excellent work that they do.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go then to members' questions. So I'm going first to Pam Cameron, Deputy Chair. Go ahead, Pam, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here today on such an important issue. And Chair did refer to an informal briefing that we had with the Royal College of Surgeons yesterday, and one of their key messages to us was that patients were presenting with conditions that we've not seen for years, like perforated colonic cancers and ruptured hearts. They also referred to the waiting list as devastating, and they spoke about nursing staff being their most important resource. And obviously fair pay for nursing is vital for recruitment and for retention. But I wanted to know, first of all, what plans are in place to dramatically increase the staffing levels, and what has been done to train up others to support nursing roles and free up nurses in order to return to theatre work so that elective care can resume urgently. That's my first question. Thanks.
Thank you. With regards to nursing workforce, and I suppose one of the underpinning tenets of our elective care reform is expanding the skills mix, and also ensuring that people are treated right place, right time by the right individuals. So we have been working on enhancing both experienced nursing, so creating the advanced nurse practitioners, but we've also been looking in the areas, if we go back to the operative setting, looking at our operating department practitioners. So they are effectively the runners in the theatres, and actually releasing theatre nursing to do purely nursing duties within theatres. So we have a small number of operating practitioners, operating department practitioners in a number of sites, and we as an elective care cell would be targeting that going forward to support theatre nurses. I think the Chief Nursing Officer was with you a couple of weeks ago and had indicated the number of vacancies, and you're aware of the significant increase in pre-registration training and midwifery university places. I think they've gone up from 710 to some 1,300 since 2016. So we are enhancing the pure numbers of nurses coming through the system, but we're also looking at expanding all skills mix, including, if we look at our radiology departments, including the enhanced skills and practitioners of radiographers, and moving to consultant radiographers, to make sure that we actually aren't missing a trick anywhere in any of our professions to fully support the workforce and build capacity and capability in order to address demand.
Chair, can I come in briefly? Hopefully members can hear me this time as well. Lisa
we can hear you, Alastair. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Just to add briefly to what Lisa said, so obviously the main issue around workforce is time, so it will take time to increase the workforce. We know we need to, but it takes time to train them, and it can take years for them to come through, so that's not going to be a rapid fix at all. The other point I just wanted to make was that there is a piece of work happening under the Chief Nursing Officer, being led by Mary Hines, on perioperative nursing and the model for that. So that work is happening now, which is looking at different models and different roles within the theatre teams.
Okay, thank you, Alastair. And Pam?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for those responses there. And obviously, as a department, the department's elective care plan focuses heavily on transformation and reform, including the £1 billion financial commitment to address waiting times for elective care. And given the clear pressures on the public services as we chart the COVID recovery, is there a plan B in the interim to promote better outcomes using the resources that are available? And could you also tell us what plans, if any, you have to utilise the independent sector in the short term?
We're not hearing you, Lisa. Lisa?
Apologies,
Lisa,
Chair,
is that it? We're not hearing you there. Yeah.
Yep, sorry. Thank you. I was just indicating, Pam, if I start, but Alastair may wish to supplement that. With regards to the indication of the funding, the £750 to £1 billion that we have costed both the backlog and the capacity gap, there is an acknowledgement that that requires the workforce to actually be able to deliver, but also hospital infrastructure. And we are aware of the budgetary position, which for 21-22 is unlikely to have an investment in elective care in that scale. We already have an indication in advance of the budget of a small amount of elective funding, which has enabled us to continue with the IS provision into April, May and June, because otherwise we would be switching that small amount of capacity off. We intend to fully utilise all capacity available as part of the new decade new approach that was previously published. There was a indication that we would be seeking to send our longest waiters potentially to UK providers in order to address our longest waits, enabling the system to focus on our critical and time critical individuals here. Unfortunately, with the COVID, that has closed some of that available capacity down, because England now have a situation where they also have long waits, and 1 in 20 will be waiting more than a year for treatment and surgery in England. That said, we have, and Paul's team in commissioning and contracting in the board, have an agreement with NHS England's framework to actually draw from the IS providers within the English system, allowing us to access the IS capacity both in England. We have a continued contacts with the IS in Northern Ireland, and then also in ROI. So we have provision for surgical, some cardiac, and a number of other procedures in ROI that we will be continuing. Subject to the funding will determine the scale of that, but there is an anticipation we will continue to utilise the IS. And I don't know if Alastair wants to supplement that.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, so there's 3 other areas I suppose worth mentioning. One is obviously with Lagan Valley now operating as a regional day case elective care centre. It's been a slightly different function throughout the pandemic than we'd expected initially, because it has had to take on additional urgent procedures and red flag procedures rather than being the day case site it was intended to be. I think as we go back into more like normal business, it will become a regional day case site. And we're hoping that'll be more efficient, because it will be a completely dedicated elective site than current models. Also, we'd hope to expand that model in future to other sites, which could become regional elective day case sites. The second point then is around orthopaedics. So it has been incredibly hard hit during the pandemic, and waiting times were already very bad before the pandemic as well. And it's obviously an area which impacts a huge amount of people across Northern Ireland, and is an area where demand is increasing every year as well with our ageing population. So we've set up an orthopaedic network, which is currently looking firstly at how we rebuild, but then also how we improve efficiency around the system. So different pathways, different ways of working, new models of care, skills mix, all those kinds of things. So we want that to be up and running pretty much in the next 2 or 3 months. So we know it's already reporting, but we want to have some more product out of it so we can start to change the way things are done. And then allied to that's the point Lisa mentioned about Musgrave Park, which really needs to become a dedicated elective orthopaedic site and needs to be protected with the staff and the theatres protected for elective. So it does about 2/3 of the elective activity for orthopaedics in Northern Ireland. We really need it doing that. In the pandemic, it was reduced to providing 1 theatre list. I think it was 1 day's theatre capacity per week as opposed to the normal 10. So we need to get back up to the 10 as quickly as we can. And then the final point which actually is probably an answer to Pam's question previously, I forgot to mention, is around the No More Silos work. So we are very aware, definitely, that there will be people presenting as emergencies or later stage in this, and they may be presenting through urgent or other unscheduled pathways. So the No More Silos work is intended to provide a faster way for patients to access that, as opposed to simply just going through an emergency department. It's supposed to be better links between primary care and secondary care, and smoother ways for people to access the care they need, as opposed to spending a long time on trolleys. So all three of those together are immediate actions we want to take to try and improve the way we're dealing with patients at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And I just we are fairly tight for time this morning, so I'll ask all members to keep questions fairly succinct, please. And also, if we can have a principal answer from the panel, and if there's additional information to be added, that's also fine. But if we can, I'll just ask everyone to keep it as succinct as possible. So I'm going to Paula Bradshaw. Paula, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel. My first question I put to the Royal College of Surgeons yesterday, and that was around the regional prioritisation list, and I'm glad they support the approach adopted by the department. And I got the indication that they think that it would probably be easier if we had one trust here in Northern Ireland as opposed to 5. So my question really is whether the Department of Health, through the sort of transformation implementation process, are possibly looking at that.
Alastair, I wonder if you would take that, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. So there's a definite way of thinking that regionalisation is definitely the way we need to go for a lot of specialist services. So there's lots of services where it's not so much that it's partly that we're maybe trying to provide some of them in too many places, but it's mainly that we're trying to provide them as separate services, when really there should be regional services for a lot of these areas. So whether or not it's one single trust or multiple trusts, I think is less important than these being managed on a regional basis. So an area, just if you'll bear with me for one moment, Chair, I don't want to go into too much detail on this, but the breast assessment work we did previously. So the main issue there is that whenever one service on one site falls over, it's treated as one separate service, as opposed to all the other services picking up the demand that is out there. And secondly, in areas like that, whenever we are recruiting, quite often we are recruiting from other trusts into a trust where there's a vacancy. So in effect, we're just pushing the vacancy around Northern Ireland. So all of those are definitely much better suited to having the regional approach. So rather than going into the governance issues around one trust versus other, I think I could definitely say we are looking at regional services and a regional approach to planning these services.
Thank you. It's very encouraging. I suppose the other issue that was raised yesterday was really around how targets are measured and the waiting lists are measured. I'm not seeking for you to start massaging the figures or anything, but is there any work ongoing about how to better present the severity of those who are waiting on the list? Because I think it's very difficult for us to really get our head around the 324,000 or whatever the number is that are waiting. So is there any work on that? Thank you.
Paula, I suppose it's not necessarily connected straight to changing a target per se, but the work out of necessity that we've had to do through the regional prioritisation has required an extensive look at the totality of the waiting lists in order to understand the cancer and the time critical. So the regional prioritisation oversight group on a weekly basis looks at those individuals who have just finished chemotherapy or radiotherapy and therefore have a very short window, sometimes 7 days for surgery. It captures those with confirmed cancer who have a month to have treatment, and those with the suspect who require an urgent diagnostic day case procedure. But it also captures our most complex benign cases. So we're not excluding it purely to cancer, because quite often cardiac, vascular, those individuals could actually have a more time critical pressing factor. So we have a system now that has looked at that cohort within our treatment weights. So it's not necessarily to drive a target, but it actually allows us to target resource more appropriately and be clear on what our waiting lists contain. But it also is important because it's the only way that we can equalise capacity across trusts to make sure that we are not relying on a postcode lottery. So it's not per se to change targets, but it is absolutely to understand what's on the waiting list and which cohort are most likely to come to harm in which timeframes. So it's not on targets, but it is about informing how we match capacity with demand.
Okay, thank you. And finally, quickly, it's in relation to the deterioration of people's conditions while they are on the waiting list. And as you know, a lot of people would have comorbidities. So maybe while they're waiting and they're quite down and maybe they've got mobility issues, and this might have an impact on their dementia, for example. So I'm just wondering about how we're treating patients in their totality while they're on their waiting list to make sure that whenever they do get to the operating or the table or the consultant, that they're not in a far worse position than could be with intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And I suppose there's two sides to that. There's the emotional health and well-being of patients who are maybe dealing with pain and discomfort. And there's also the perioperative, making sure that people are still fit and have the support once they get a treatment date. So I suppose there's two strands to that. If I start with the emotional and sort of mental health and well-being, we have developed a number of online resources and teams through necessity have enhanced their crisis response and the mental health liaison in the likes of the urgent treatment centres and also EDs to try and make sure that we are supporting as best as possible. Unfortunately, the move that we've taken to virtual outpatients isn't suitable for all cohorts. And if you think of dementia patients, a virtual consultation isn't necessarily suitable for our dementia or cohort of dementia patients. So actually the teams sift through very carefully and then ensure that they are receiving the face-to-face. However, we have had to reduce our face-to-face contact due to spatial and social distancing. So the teams are keeping an eye on those individuals. With regards to the perioperative work, I think we're at the start of that journey, particularly with the cancer patients, and a very dedicated focus on that going forward as part of the cancer strategy, because clearly there is evidence if people are really fit for surgery, they recover much quicker, their length of stay is shorter, and they get the benefit of their treatment much quicker. So we're at the start of a journey with regards to that sort of perioperative enhancement. What I would say is for orthopedics, we have been doing enhanced recovery for some time, even in advance of COVID, where patients are fully briefed in terms of if you're having a knee or hip, here are the exercises we want you to do now. Be clear, you will have, 23-hour length of stay or one night length of stay. We will be getting you up within 2 hours, and these are the exercises we need you to undertake in order to recover quickly. So we do have models of that, but it's going to be key going forward.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to Cara. Go ahead, Cara, please. It's Cara Hunter.
Sorry, there was a delay in unmuting there. Thank you all for being here today. This kind of falls into my question, which is just around mental health. Can the panel give a picture of waiting lists and times for mental health services currently? And I know that as a result of the pandemic, we kind of foresee increased need. And Paula touched on a fantastic point there around following our discussion with surgeons yesterday on those who are living with chronic pain. Some feel as though they're living unfulfilling lives while waiting on things like hip replacements. So obviously that would have a psychological impact as well. So I'm just wondering, does the panel have an assessment in what is needed to address both staffing and this issue with waiting lists in terms of finance? Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. With regards to mental health, there is a mental health action plan that picks up on the workforce issues and the requirement to, similar to elective, actually reform the way that services are delivered, and in particular building on previous reviews. So departmental colleagues and trust colleagues are working through that mental health action plan. If I can pick up your point with regards to pain and people living with pain whilst they're waiting for treatment, there are a number of pain management resources, and we as part of the elective care plan had instigated a lot of sort of musculoskeletal pain management services and support to ensure that those, surgery is not going to be the answer for everybody experiencing pain, but actually enable people to manage their pain without an over-dependency on drugs and particular types of drugs. So our pharmacy colleagues in the board have been doing a huge amount of work on that pain management and supporting individuals. And I'm sure we would be happy after this meeting to provide further information, because I just wouldn't have have it at hand. But the mental health action plan is the blueprint for actually, and there is an element of regionalisation, back to Alastair's point, not a single trust, but a regional approach to mental health, because actually that will remove the postcode lottery and the variation in practice, and also the variation in staffing models, because where we have the biggest weights is it can be tied back to the number of staff vacancies. And we have seen some improvement in our adult mental health weights over the last number of months, particularly in the Western Trust, which had a large cohort because they were very successful in recruiting to vacancies, but also looking at skills and skills mix changes within their model. So I think the mental health plan actually underpins all of that.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. That was a really good answer. Thank you. I'm just looking here. I think it was Alastair who touched on new models of care, and I'm just wondering, can you outline any innovative ways that are currently being used, or that are being explored to try and overcome the waiting list issue? Just any kind of pilot programs or anything creative that's been done. Thank you.
Sure, Cara. If I pick up on one that we've been using this year, which is the fit testing that we've been using in all trusts. It's a test that, following a GP referral to secondary care for a suspect colorectal cancer following a bleed or in compliant with the guidance, the clinical team triage it, and then they will issue a fit test to that individual. Now that fit test is then returned, and it's a pathological examination of the results of it. We had always wanted to move fit testing into primary care as a way of being clear which patients needed to join the red flag pathway, but during COVID, because the colonoscopies were considered such a high risk for they're an aerosol generating procedure, we actually had to switch back all of our colonoscopies up until the most the truest urgent. So we've been using the fit test to actually prioritise those individuals who must have a colonoscopy, and despite a 30% reduction in colorectal referrals into the system, and 50% reduction in endoscopy, the fit test has resulted in comparable pathology reports of about 85% compared to the full year previously. So it demonstrates the benefits. So we're not going to lose that. So we did it out of necessity, but we absolutely intend with our colleagues in the Public Health Agency to move that to primary care, because we've allowed it tried and tested, and we were able to do it probably in a much quicker fashion than we would have been doing if we were bringing in as a new technology. So hopefully that's a good example of an opportunity that actually is of huge benefit to patients, but it also means that we're allocating capacity to those that truly need it. As opposed to those that would automatically get a colonoscopy, but there was no requirement necessarily for them to have it.
Thank you. That's great, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Cara. And then, so in the following order, then I'm going to Carol, Nikhil, then Jonathan, then Jerry, and then Orlia. So I'll go then to Carol. Go ahead, Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lisa, Paul and Alastair for this morning. So the questions I have are in relation to, in 2017, the department produced a selective care plan, waiting list crisis, needing anything from 750 million to 1 billion to tackle waiting lists, and it would likely take up to 10 years. So I just want your views on that, and that was obviously pre-COVID. And again, like other members have referred to, we met with the surgeons, the consultant surgeons yesterday, and they were pains to point out that retention, more so than recruitment, or as well as recruitment of staff, was critical. So you've already mentioned, there are gaps, and the waiting lists are more intense where those gaps appear. It's just to get your update on that. And then my final thing is in relation to the independent sector. It strikes me that while money will be spent to tackle the waiting lists, we're actually literally, we're going around full circle, because unless we get to the bottom of the retention and indeed recruitment of staff that are needed in order to have these in-house facilities, then we're going to constantly come back to this. And the issue around, the way in which the intensivists and the ICU staff from different hospitals have went to Nightingale, and some are coming back. Have you any idea what that looks like per trust. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. If I maybe start and pick up a couple of those points before turning to colleagues. The elective care plan in 2017, the board did the financial assessment in terms of backlog, costing backlog, but also the capacity gap. That was updated in the 2 months before the pandemic started. So in doing that, what we were clear on is that the backlog had increased by about 100 million. Capacity gap, when you did the pure number assessment, hadn't increased, but that was largely because patients weren't getting through the system. So, and that is prior to COVID. Now, we know the downturn in referrals that have taken place during the COVID pandemic. So again, we don't have a true picture of capacity. The 750 million to $1 billion always had an element of additional staffing and infrastructure and space within that. So our best assessment is that we are still in that range. What has changed is we previously had said it would take 5 to 10 years to address the scale of the waits. I think our assessment, both in the board and the department, is it'll be towards the latter end of that time frame now, and it will take us longer, which does connect to your point about, you know, the IS approach is always the approach in the short run with short-term funding to address backlog, but doesn't actually ever address capacity. And if we don't address capacity in parallel, we clear one backlog, but we're automatically adding a patient to that backlog all over again. So whilst we will always accept non-recurrent and it's always welcome, it does only address backlog for a period of time, and it does require that investment in the capacity gap to actually keep us moving forward. With regards to the retention of staff, the COVID experience of staff has absolutely had an impact on staff emotional health and well-being and people being displaced. And there will be a time for people to, and there may be some post-traumatic instances that will need to be supported through our occupational health and through our trust management teams working with staff closely. And clearly, what our clinicians tell us is they want to be able to do their job. They want to be able to treat patients. They want to be proud of their service. So getting elective switch back on and, taking their learning of the things that will actually make a difference and listening to patients actually has a huge impact on increasing morale. And morale increasing in effect also helps retention. But Alastair may want to pick up whether the department are doing anything specifically in retention from a policy side, because I'm sorry, I wouldn't have that information.
So it does. It links to even before COVID. I think the main thing people want is to be able to go in and do their job and then leave whenever they've done their shift. And, what we're trying to do in elective care centres is part of that. You're in, you see your first patient immediately, you work until it's time to leave, and then you go home. And that's the experience we sometimes hear from people who've gone to other countries, is that they know what they work, and when they finish their working day, they finish their working day. That's where I want to get to. But it will take time to do this properly, because it's going to take investment over a long period. So what I would say about the investment is we've been in this position, similar position, not quite as bad, in around 2005. And we did get the waiting list down over about 4 years until they were at acceptable levels. But we did focus a great deal on additionality and non-recurrent funding, because that was the funding we had available. And if we do the same again, we will end up in the same position again, that we'll get the waiting list down to an acceptable level, and then they'll continue to grow again. So I think we're looking at a long-term period where we need to start it with funding additionality and in-house, because that's where the capacity will be. But over time, we have to turn that into recurrent funding and increase capacity in-house if we want to keep this as a sustainable improvement. So that's definitely the direction we need to go. But it will, if you think of it like scales in terms of what's recurrent and non-recurrent, I think it starts off where you're looking at additionality, and then over time that becomes your in-house capacity, but you need the sustained investment.
And maybe just to pick up on the final question, Chair, if that's okay, just in terms of Nightingale. Nightingale at the height of the most recent surge, Carol, has had 40 beds in total, of which 8 of those, I suppose, were what we would call regional beds. So that was, I suppose, to keep pace, because obviously a lot of beds were there for Belfast patients as well. And staff came from all over Northern Ireland. And unfortunately, I don't have the numbers to hand, Carol, but happy to follow up on that if you wish. But quite a number of staff came from all of the other 4 trusts and indeed additional staff from within Belfast Trust to support the 40 beds in Nightingale, and particularly those additional what we call pods in terms of the Nightingale. And those staff have now been redeployed back to their home trust, but certainly again their efforts have been well recognised, I think, in recent months.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Going then.
Sorry,
okay.
Particularly those who had to travel for money and all the rest.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I'm going then to Jonathan Buckley. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel. Waiting times have been an issue that has been a long time paramount concern for me, both pre-COVID and now exacerbated via COVID. And to be honest, the statistics released in December are harrowing and highlight the scale of the challenge facing our health service as you've outlined in your report. And I think it is important that we note those statistics because they're people. Over half of patients were waiting more than 52 weeks for a first consultant-led outpatient appointment, and another 57,000 waiting for more than 26 weeks for a diagnostic test. You know, those figures are scary, and they're real life stories. That's the sad thing. Behind each statistic is a real life. It's a person. There needs to be a recognition that a single track focus on COVID-19, particularly as transmission drops, is a threat to fairness and equality within our health service. I have listened to first-hand accounts as an elected representative of late presentations and advanced cancers that are showing up as a result because they have not been picked up in part due to the pandemic. You know, I look at this, and in particular about cancer, about 2/3 of those waiting, just over 95,000, are waiting for a test that could be used to help diagnose cancer, an endoscopic or an imaging test. Waiting for a test that could possibly tell you that you have cancer in general is stressful, but to be told that it could be a 6-month waiting list is even worse. So firstly, can anybody provide figures of how many endoscopic and imaging procedures are planned to take place in the IS going forward, and how long the IS capacity has been secured for? That's the first one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Very well. I was actually going to say you probably have much more of the detail around the endoscopies and all of that, but I'll just start with the wider post. I think it is important to say that we are not prioritising COVID over any other conditions. What we're prioritising is unscheduled presentations. So anyone who turns up at the hospital requiring urgent or emergency care needs to receive that care, and I don't think there's any way around that. You can't turn people away who need urgent and emergency care. So what we've been talking about is scaling up our hospitals and scaling up our ICU to deal with the people who need this urgent and emergency care. And unfortunately, that does inevitably have an impact on our scheduled services. So our main way to get through that is to keep the COVID levels low, because the COVID numbers do translate into increased requirement for hospital admissions, increased requirement for ICU admissions. So it's that we need to avoid. We're not talking about prioritising one condition over another.
Alastair, I'm not saying that you are, but there is no doubt it was presented to us by trust officials and first-hand accounts that there is a genuine fear that late presentations at A&E because of the pandemic and because of COVID has led to an increase in those cancers that are at advanced stage and can't be dealt with. We're hearing that also in relation to GP services as well. So it's a genuine concern that I have and other members have that we need to take account of.
No, it's absolutely genuine, and I absolutely agree. It really is. I mean, it's very worrying, but it was more just I didn't want anyone to have the sense that we were prioritising in areas over others. It's purely that if people arrive at the hospital and need treatment, we need to be in a position to provide that to them. But I absolutely agree, it has a huge impact across the board, and that's something we really need to focus on now. The other issue was just around, you mentioned about the challenge for the health sector, and absolutely agree with that as well. But I think perhaps it's even more than that now. I think this is a challenge for the public sector in general at the minute. It's that serious, I think, is an issue, because as well as the physical impact and the health impact, there is a mental impact, there's a social impact, and there's an economic impact of these issues. So I think this is a huge challenge for all of us in the public sector going forward.
Okay, if somebody hasn't got those figures to hand right now in relation to the numbers, I'm happy for you to supply that to me. Is that Lisa?
Yeah, sorry, Jonathan. What I would say is we have at least 2 providers that we have consistently used to enhance endoscopy capacity, to enhance our in-house capacity over the last 2 years. And actually they have really those 2 IS providers have stepped up and are doing insourcing in some of our facilities where the infrastructure is available but the staffing isn't. So those 2 companies, we have been using them extensively through the pandemic response. And we envisage continuing to use those going forward. So one of the providers, by way of example, is committing to doing 250 scopes for the esophagogastric, and there are other scopes being provided. So those 2 providers we foresee using going forward. We had used them to enhance as an additionality to the in-house, but they have been able to use our facilities and our equipment when our staffing hasn't been available over the last 9 months.
Okay, and the fit triage tool that you'd mentioned, that's exciting. Just want to ensure that the funding's secured for that. And finally, I know because time is tight, I welcome the creation of a regional prioritisation oversight group, and I certainly see a need for that joined up working. The Southern Trust area, which I represent, for example, has the largest proportion of waits over 6 months for a diagnostic test. How can we ensure that our approach to restoring elective services is fair and doesn't indirectly lead to further inequalities across our communities?
Jonathan, we have a radiology network that has taken on a responsibility of equalising diagnostic waits. So whilst it's not possible to have a single waiting list because we use different systems for diagnostic, particularly imaging, the Managing Radiology Network has treated that as a regional list and have been moving resource around. And you'll be aware that under the NHS supply agreement for COVID, we received an additional CT scanner, which a scanner in a box that we placed in Musgrave that all trusts utilise. So it's not a Belfast resource, it is a resource for the region. And we have received additional X-ray and ultrasound equipment. But our Managed Radiology Network has made great efforts in equalising weights. So that, again, similar to the regional prioritisation, they look at the weights and they look at available capacity and they move the trust access around, including the Southern Trust, but they do it on the basis of chronological and clinical priority. So there is an extensive piece of work in that area.
Okay, thank you. And just you can maybe come back on the point about FIT securing funding whenever. It doesn't have to happen now, but if you want to comment.
Yep, no problem. I will do.
Yep. Thank you. So going then to Jerry. Thank you, Jonathan. Going to Jerry Carroll. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, panel. First question is around the issue and relating to private healthcare providers in terms of helping manage the lists. I believe that this is an unsustainable but also a unregulated model, and I'll tell you why. I got a figure from the Department of Health saying that in a 3-month period last year, £10 million was spent in relation to 3 private providers around specific care. And I think Lisa mentioned 4,600 people were seen by private consultants, presumably in private hospitals. So I want to ask, what is the cost to the public in relation to the reliance on the private healthcare model? And also, I'm concerned that I've asked a question last year about the number of private hospital beds and capacity, and I was told that I couldn't get an answer because it would be too costly to find out that answer. So I'm really concerned that we're throwing public money at a model that is unstable, unfair, and more expensive in the long run, and also reinforcing the 2-tier healthcare model, whereas you can get treatment if you can afford to go private, or if you can't, you're waiting on a waiting list for a long time. So that would be my first question. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. If I could start with the payments to the 3 private independent sector hospitals and the £10 million that you reference. At the very start of the pandemic, when we effectively stopped outpatient and surgical services, we did have a head of terms agreement that went through both legal and probity, and we had external auditors to actually take over the totality of the infrastructure, their theatre nurses and their employed anaesthetists, and the HSE employed consultants travelled to treat patients. So we ended up having outpatients and day case and inpatient capacity from those 3 providers. So we had that arrangement in place. But we have, as we've come out of, particularly at the end of Surge 1, as we went into Surge 2, those private providers were starting to see an increase in their own private demand. And actually, we were moving away from the totality of the need of their facilities. So since then, we have been buying on a theatre session basis. So we're only paying for when a patient from the HSE is treated in a theatre in the IS. And that has been the arrangement from June to date. So we're buying theatre sessions in accordance with the tariff arrangements that we would have in place. But there is a high level of scrutiny, and as I indicate, there was a external auditor who has gone through every element of the heads of terms agreement and the claims from those 3 providers, and we had excluded elements that we didn't feel were justified. So if I can give you some assurance that there has been a high level of scrutiny and probity on that. But the move to theatre sessions is a much better value for money approach for us. Now, your point with regards to the commercial information of those providers in terms of the number of beds available, we would have some of that information through the heads of terms, but Paul will advise, I think it probably is still of commercial sensitive nature. But the auditors certainly had that information, and we're doing the cost benefit analysis against that.
Yeah, for that initial period, Lisa, that kind of April to June 2020, Jerry, would be the period when we'd have that information, when we had, as Lisa says, effectively taken the hospitals over for our uses. But since then, it's been a much more sessional approach.
Thanks, and I appreciate if we could share that information can be shared with the committee, both in terms of capacity and the agreement last year. Just finally, has there been an assessment of the impact of the 1% pay offer? I know it's NHS England, but we were still waiting on an offer to be made to healthcare workers and nurses here in terms of how that could impact on people, on retention, people remaining. And also, I've asked this question and haven't received a sort of a proper answer, if you will. We have people who are asylum seekers, who are refugees, and who have unsecure immigration statuses, who are doctors, who are healthcare workers. And to me, I think those people aren't being looked at, aren't being targeted to try and pull them into the healthcare system. So do we have a sense of how many numbers that would be in terms of people who are refugees, asylum seekers, and other variations of sort of unsecure immigrant status, who are trained healthcare workers but are unable to work because of the archaic immigration laws? Thanks.
Jerry, unless Alastair has an answer to this, I think we might have to refer to our workforce policy leads in the department for the information with regards to the asylum seekers and refugees who we could be utilising as healthcare workers. So if the committee's happy, we'll link with departmental colleagues and come back. With regards to the 1% pay rise, because the offer has been made to England, I suppose there's lots of speculation, but we haven't actually had an offer. And until we actually have an offer of pay, I'm not sure that there's been any work scaling I suppose, how that will be received or what the impact would be. But Alastair will correct me if I'm wrong in that.
No, that's absolutely right, Lisa. I think we'd have to refer that to our colleagues in the workforce policy on both of those issues.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to pick up on a point that Jerry made there around the issue of the number of beds in the independent sector being used. I don't understand why that would be commercially sensitive. This is public health budgeting going to private providers. Now, I can understand that there may be commercial sensitivity around the amounts of money being spent, But I also don't think that should be concealed from the public either, whether it's commercially. It may be embarrassing, it may be concerning, maybe many things, but I don't think it's acceptable that we don't know how many beds we're talking about. I don't see even a commercial sensitivity on that issue, to be honest, Lisa. So I think we would like to see that.
Yeah, and Chair, apologies if I've misled in any way. We know the number of beds utilised and the number of days that the patients utilise those beds, so we absolutely have that information, and we'll absolutely share that as we're coming back, particularly for that first period, and also any of the information that would provide additional assurance from our auditors on that. So, no, apologies if I've misled you in that.
Okay. And I also will also reference, I was concerned earlier when you said there was 2 independent sector providers who we will be moving, and I think to quote you said we will be using going forward. I certainly hope there's no reliance on a longer term basis, that this is only a stopgap, and that all the planning efforts are going into how we unwind and bring those back into the public realm. Okay, thank you. I'll go then to Orlia, and then I'll finish with Alan. So Orlia Flynn, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the panel for coming today. First of all, Lisa, I was wondering, I know Carol touched on this a bit with you earlier on around the amount of money that's required to sort of tackle this ongoing long-term challenge, so the 750 million to a billion. And you had referenced that 100 million of that was around capacity. But would you have a full breakdown, Lisa, of those costs that are required to deal with this issue? Do you have a detailed breakdown of, how much needs to go towards, whether it be capacity or hospital infrastructure or workforce, etc.?
Orlia, thank you, because we provided, following the February briefing 2020, an indication of that, but we will update that because clearly our backlog costs have increased. So we would be happy to come back with that breakdown. And I suppose when we talk about the backlog and the capacity, we have modelled that on at specialty level. So we understand demand and we understand what our commission volumes actually are, but also understand what the waiting lists are. So there will be a process of rebalance as we start getting all the appropriate referrals into the system, because that's currently not a true picture in terms of our outpatient gap, but we can certainly provide that information.
That's great, Lisa. Thanks very much for that. And I'm just conscious I need to leave 6 minutes for Alan. So just finally, you had mentioned earlier around the use of the independent sector, and that there will be a number of patients will be able to receive their treatment via the south of Ireland, via England, and then obviously whatever resources you have here locally in the north with the independent sector. And I'm just wondering, Lisa, do you have any sort of figures or forecasts? You had mentioned the months between April to June for some of those referrals. Do you have a forecast of how many patients we're talking about that might be able to receive their treatment via those referral routes?
Orlia, at this stage, we have the totality of those that have been treated to date and what we anticipate by the 31st of March, because that's in line with the contracts that we currently have. Going forward into 21-22, we have an indication of what IS capacity will be utilising in the next 4 weeks, because it's dependent on the available funding. That said, the arrangement with NHS England for their IS gives a lot of scope, and it'll be the timing and the appropriateness of patients travelling either down south or via ferry or plane to England with the COVID restrictions. So we have an indication of what capacity might be available, but not a firm number of patients, because that will be depending on the available funds and the scale of that.
Okay, and sorry, because I know I haven't took the full 6 minutes, just quickly I forgot to mention, on the workforce appeal, Lisa, I know that there wasn't a great uptake. That Charlotte McCardle was saying to us the other week there was about 300, 400 places out of a total of 9,000 expressions of interest, 5,000 formal applications. Is the department and the board, are you looking at any options to try and utilise that workforce appeal to try and help you in the coming weeks and months?
Yes, Orlia, and I think one of the drivers that will help that is the move to the green or COVID light sites, because we know that there are people who are recent retires from the surgical operative theatre nursing that actually may be willing to come back in that workforce appeal if they're guaranteed not to be exposed, not to be in a site where they may become exposed by COVID. So that green pathway, green site work is really important. And the messaging associated in any workforce appeal is likely to be welcomed, is our understanding from our trade union colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Orlia. Just again, a very quick follow-up on Orlia's. One of the comments yesterday, Lisa, was to do with the ECR, the electronic care record, which made it easier to make a referral to England rather than South. So that brings with it the inherent additional difficulties and risks for families of travel. Do you recognise that, and is there anything being done to address that difficulty to allow transfer north-south maybe more readily?
Absolutely, Chair. And I suppose ultimately Encompass will fix some of those and will be more of a streamlined approach, although Encompass has been impacted by COVID. But the ROI providers that we have been using in recent months, there were always a historic arrangement, and the clinical teams and the management teams have a streamlined approach for actually addressing that. It's not necessarily a touch of a button approach, but actually governance and information transfer is appropriate because it's tried and tested. But Encompass going forward and the links to both UK systems and systems in ROI will actually address that.
Okay, thank you. And going then to Alan. Go ahead, Alan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quite brief. Chairman, it's easy, I suppose, to blame COVID for the current waiting lists, and I certainly accept that it's obvious that it hasn't helped. But I think that what the pandemic has done is focus more attention on the capacity problems within the NHS. And I just wonder, would the panel agree that politically painful transformation is urgently needed? And there will be no overnight solutions to all our health service problems. And perhaps it's slightly misleading to suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Alan, I couldn't agree more. COVID has, I suppose, made a situation worse, but the situation prior to COVID was already unacceptable for our waiting lists. People were already waiting too long, and our New Decade New approach made that very clear, and that is clearly before COVID. Transformation, changing how we do things, changing the settings, changing the workforce is absolutely key, as well as making sure that we work with our other departmental and other agencies to address the socioeconomic impacts that we have on health. So we need to work with all of the agencies because that's the only area we're going to address health inequality and to promote a healthy lifestyle. So prevention is always going to be better than addressing disease presentation where possible. So I don't think anyone would disagree with your statement, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, listen, thank you very much, Lisa and Paul and Alastair, for your attendance today, for your answers in as far as you were able to on the large majority of them, and for your commitment that you'll provide the committee with the further information that you didn't just have to hand. I think it's obviously a key concern now for the committee, and that rebuilding and a focus on those waiting lists is going to mean that we will be talking to you again in due course. But I want to wish you all the very best and thank you all for attending, and please take care over the next while. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Many thanks.
Thank you. Okay, members. I think that was a useful session in as far as it went, and I think it's an area that we certainly need to give more attention to. I think it'll need to be a priority for us actually moving forward. The Royal College has referred to agility, and I think we want to ensure that the department and trusts are being agile, and that we ourselves will need to be similarly agile in order to keep a focus on this situation. But could I suggest that we will seek an update from both the department and the Royal College again in May to keep an eye on progress on all of this? Would members be content with that?
Agreed. Sure.
Okay. Yes,
Sure.
Jerry?
Yes, Chair, I agree with that. Thanks. And just in terms of those information that we asked for, if we can try and get that before May. I mean, obviously it's up to the department to bring those, but that would be useful. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, members. I'm going to take another very, very quick break. So could we return and be ready to go again promptly at 12:05? Thank you, members. And can you take us out of public with broadcasting, Kate?
Yes, broadcasting, could you go suspend for?
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Senate Chamber programme sound.
That's us live now, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment. Okay, members, thank you, and we're resuming now back with our meeting this morning. So our next item now is in relation to severe fetal impairment abortion amendment bill. In relation to this item and to read into the record, the committee voted under Standing Order 115(8) on the proposer of the bill's request for additional witnesses. I can confirm that a total of 6 votes were received in relation to that, all content with the proposal. The following members voted in favour of that proposal: myself, Pam Cameron, Alan Chambers, Cara Hunter, Carol Nichillen and Jonathan Buckley. I can advise members that the proposer of the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill is here today to brief the committee on the principles of the bill. I refer members to a copy of the bill and the explanatory memorandum at tab 7.1 and 7.2 of the pack. Also included in your table pack at tab 7.3 is a research paper on the bill produced by the Assembly's Research and Information Service. So can I now welcome Mr. Paul Givan, MLA. Paul, are you able to hear us?
Yes, Colin, Chairman, thank you. I can hear you clearly. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, we're hearing you there. We're hearing you clearly okay. And also Lynn Murray from Don't Screen Us Out. Lynn, are you there and can you hear us?
Hold on. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you, Lynn. Thank you. And you're welcome, very welcome to our committee. And Heidi Crowter from Don't Screen Us Out. Heidi, can you hear us okay?
Yeah. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, Heidi, we're hearing you there okay. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so without further ado then, I will invite Paul Givan to go ahead and give us brief us on the principles of this bill. Paul, please, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Colin. I'll give you your proper title, Mr. Chairman, and to members of the committee. I just want to, I suppose, read this opening statement for the purposes of the record, and then we'll get a contribution from Heidi and Lynn, and then more than happy to go into a question and answer session with members. But first of all, can I just say that I'm very pleased to have been able to take this opportunity to come before the committee today to provide an introductory presentation on the general principles of the Severe Fetal Impairment Abortion Amendment Bill. This bill has been inspired by the advocacy work of the Don't Screen Us Out campaign, and in particular the testimony of Heidi Crowter, who is challenging the Abortion Act of 1967, which allows terminations on the basis of Down syndrome and other non-fatal disabilities up until birth. So I'm delighted that I have been joined today by both Heidi and Lynn Murray, who is the director of the Don't Scream Us Out campaign, and I'll invite them to speak after I've provided this overview of the bill. It was, of course, Heidi's brave intervention in May last year, calling on the Northern Ireland Assembly to make it clear that it rejected Westminster's regulations sanctioning abortion for non-fatal disabilities like her own up to birth. That resulted in the tabling of the motion and the vote, which then took place on the 2nd of June. And on that day, in the course of 2 votes, there were 75 members of the Assembly voted to make it clear that they opposed abortion on the basis of non-fatal disabilities like Down syndrome up until birth. So, Mr. Chairman, I agree with your colleague, Emma Sheeran, whenever she moved your party's amendment to the motion, and she said, to serve disabled people properly, we need to build infrastructure that is totally accessible. We need to have inclusivity to properly service Section 75 obligations across all public sector bodies and to raise awareness of the issues that face less able people in their daily life. Sinn Féin does not believe that a non-fatal abnormality is an appropriate criterion for an abortion. I hope that this committee will agree that it is discriminatory to provide a preborn baby no protection in law because it has a non-fatal disability, when a baby of exactly the same age is protected because they don't have a disability. Legislatively, this bill is very simple. It does not engage with any other aspect of abortion law. It simply makes it clear that there is no place for disability discrimination in Northern Ireland in 2021. Through this bill, there will be no grounds for an abortion on the basis that the baby has a non-fatal disability. Regulation 7(1)(b) perpetuates falsehoods that have existed for too long in our society around people with non-fatal disabilities such as Down syndrome, that they have less to contribute, that they are expendable, and it encourages society to view these individuals as less valued than people who we describe as non-disabled. This sends out a message loud and clear, as Heidi has eloquently demonstrated, that the lives of people with disabilities are seen as less valuable, less worthy of protection than the lives of people without disability. To have a law which says in 2021, to have this law which says this in 2021 should be, in my view, completely unacceptable. And last June, I described this regulation as being years out of date and a regressive backward step in the campaign against discrimination and equality for people with disabilities. And that's why this bill has been tabled. This law is discriminatory. Disregard the last 30 years during which many people have campaigned and advocated for laws which aim to foster equality, ensuring those with disabilities are treated equally to everyone else. Laws like the Disability Discrimination Act of 1995, protecting the rights of a person with disabilities, and the Northern Ireland Act of 1998, which places a statutory duty on public authorities to have due regard to the need to promote equality of opportunity for persons with disabilities. This committee will know that in 2006, the Disability Discrimination Northern Ireland Order further amended the Disability Discrimination Act of 1995 to include a requirement that public authorities promote positive attitudes towards disabled persons. And furthermore, in 2009, the United Kingdom ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. These laws reflect the fact that every person is of worth and value, a worth and value that should not be changed by the diagnosis of a disability. And I use that phrase, diagnosis of a disability, very uncomfortably, but because I know that does not sit well with people that have Down syndrome to be referred to as having a diagnosis. The committee will also know that in their report on Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the UN committee stated that the committee is concerned about perceptions in society that stigmatise persons with disabilities and about the termination of pregnancy at any stage on the basis of fetal impairment. And the committee recommends that Great Britain amend its abortion law accordingly. So with that recommendation and the disability discriminatory legislation in Northern Ireland, how can we justify allowing laws like Regulation 7(1)(b) to exist? Does it support pregnant women who are given the news that their much wanted child may have a non-fatal disability? And there are too many difficult stories of parents feeling unsupported in these situations to continue with their pregnancy. Does this approach promote positive attitudes towards disability and those who are disabled? I would like the committee to consider the message that Regulation 7.1b sends to people like Heidi, who has Down syndrome, and to their friends and to their families. However, I do feel that Heidi is best placed to share that with you and the committee. This bill provides the Assembly with the opportunity to amend the regulation, the current regulation, and to send a clear message to people with a condition like Down syndrome, their family, friends and wider society, that Northern Ireland will not tolerate disability discrimination and that they are equally valued. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like Heidi just to say a few words and then Lynn, and that will just take another 5 minutes, and then we're more than happy to go for questions if you're content, if Heidi can do that. And I note her camera isn't switched on, so I'm sure we can hear her, but if she's able to put her camera on, that would be great. No, thank you, Heidi. And this is Heidi's mum, Liz, who is with her just to support her in this session. So thank you, Heidi. If you were able to say a few words, that would be great.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Northern Ireland Assembly for voting last June to make it clear that you reject abortion up to birth on the basis of disabilities like mine, Down syndrome. I would also like to thank Paul Givan for taking the lead in Northern Ireland by introducing the bill that Duke Sweden South proposes to change the law to fit with the vote. The law in Great Britain and now sadly in Northern Ireland tell me and other people with Down syndrome that we are worth less than those without disabilities. Maybe people are even told that living with Down syndrome is too hard. Even if you don't believe me, research confirms that people with Down syndrome and their families are happy with their lives. And I'm one of them. That is why I want my voice to be heard and the law to be fairer. My husband also has Down syndrome, and I value him with all my heart. And I think society should too. The law makes me feel very sad. It is saying that I and people like me may as well have not been born. I was so happy to watch the debate on June the 2nd last year, as 75 members of the Assembly voted to say that this was not acceptable in 2020. Mr. Chairman, it is special for me to meet you today because I was so excited when I listened to your very comments about me during the debate. You said of the simplified amendment, our amendment welcomes the important intervention by disability campaigner Heidi Crowter, who has been referred to today, and rejects the specific legislative provision in the abortion legislation that goes beyond fetal abnormalities to include non-fatal disabilities such as Down syndrome. I support the amendment. Thank you. It makes me so happy to be here today as you look at the bill to make this commitment reality. Thank you for caring about people with Down syndrome. Thank you for listening and stay happy.
Thank you, Heidi, and your voice has indeed been heard. Absolutely, thank you for that. Thank you for that contribution. So we're going then to Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak here today. In Great Britain, 90% of babies found to have Down syndrome are aborted. And this is obviously a shocking statistic in our inclusive society. In response to that, the Don't Screen Us Out campaign worked across the whole of the UK, seeking the reform that would afford the appropriate support to pregnant mothers and to people with Down syndrome. Down syndrome doesn't discriminate, and people with the condition are to be found all over the world and in every social group. As such, our campaign represents families and people with Down syndrome from a wide range of backgrounds who hold a wide range of views about issues such as abortion. For our campaign, this isn't an abortion issue, it is a discrimination issue. 21 years ago, when my daughter Rachel was born with Down syndrome, society had a very different view around disability. Equality laws were just in their infancy. Even as some people's perceptions are beginning to change, it's still the case that most people don't understand what it is to live with Down syndrome. And in Great Britain, women are often making decisions about their wanted pregnancies without full knowledge of the reality of life with the condition. Survey work commissioned by Public Health Scotland and published in 2019 revealed that, whilst Down syndrome was known, most respondents admitted specific knowledge of this was limited. That is why we applaud the Assembly for rejecting the Westminster regulations promoting abortion for non-fatal congenital conditions in June last year, and why we are delighted that Paul Givan has subsequently introduced this bill around severe fetal impairment. This bill is important because it will send out a clear message that Northern Ireland promotes equality and consideration for those with Down syndrome. And a move in this direction will lead the way for other countries to follow. Clearly, screening and abortion for disability has had a profound negative impact on those found to have congenital anomalies. And despite these impacts, people with the screen for conditions are rarely consulted. Meaningful consultation in these matters has to include people like Heidi Crowter, and I applaud the committee for having her speak here today. Add to her perspective the conclusions of a small study of people with Down syndrome published in 2017 for Nuffield's NIPT report, which highlighted, according to the study's author, a negative societal view of disability, which the people with Down syndrome described in terms of lack of understanding and fear, standing in stark contrast to their own more positive life experiences. Northern Ireland is required to have an abortion law which doesn't perpetuate stereotypes. The way to do that is to support Paul Givan's bill, because singling out a minority group on the basis of potential of disability does perpetuate a stereotype. That much is clear from the picture we've seen develop in Great Britain over the years, where a life with disability is conveyed in a medicalised manner. Moreover, obligations under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities entail that disabled people and their families should be accommodated, included and supported by society. Yet, the evidence suggests that parents of children diagnosed with congenital disability are not given the information and help they need to choose to bear and raise their disabled child. Evidence also suggests that an unconscious bias exists within many areas of life, and particularly in antenatal situations where women are offered an abortion as soon as they find out that their baby has Down syndrome, where women's decisions to continue with these wanted pregnancies are questioned time and again. In a survey published in 2019 of 208 women who found out that their baby had Down syndrome, 69% of them were offered a termination in the same conversation. We agree with sentiments expressed in the Assembly earlier this week that we need to stop the perpetuation of stigma around conditions such as Down syndrome, and the move to change a regulation which is clearly discriminatory is a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you very much. So listen, I'm going to go straight across to members' questions. I have a number of indications there at the present time. At this point in time, I have Ciara, Pam, Jerry, Paula and Jonathan. So I'll start there with Ciara Hunter. Go ahead, Ciara Hunter, please, first.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the panel for being here today. My question refers to the proposer of the bill, to Paul. Paul, thank you for being here and your opening statement. I'm just wondering what level of engagement you've had with the Human Rights Commission, doctors, clinical groups, the Equality Commission and other women's groups, and if you could detail any responses that you've had, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. Well, obviously the bill has been introduced to the Assembly, and I hope it comes through on Monday in terms of the second stage, and then that would allow the committee to call for evidence to get all of the stakeholders in terms of providing a response to it. But obviously the most significant consultation exercise that was carried out on this area was when the Northern Ireland office carried out a consultation on its regulations on the entirety of the abortion law. Obviously this relates to a very narrow area, but of those thousands of people that responded, 79% said that they were opposed to what Westminster was doing. Now this bill focuses in terms of this one area of that aspect of it, which relates and interfaces across discrimination legislation, and that's what it relates to. But obviously my engagement is very much an open door with whoever I wish to engage with. I've already engaged in correspondence with the Human Rights Commission. Members, of course, will be familiar with how laws are enacted. It's introduced, that automatically goes to the Human Rights Commission. And of course, then the committee that scrutinises it will be able to put this out and have a call for evidence. And then everybody will be very much able to carry out the scrutiny process of it. So my door is open in terms of engaging with anybody on this, because I think it is important that we have this debate and then we hopefully can take things forward to address this piece of legislation. So thank you, Cara.
Thank you. My next question refers to, statistically speaking, do you know how many abortions like this currently happen under the criteria within the UK on average, and how many women from Northern Ireland have to travel to get abortions on these grounds?
So obviously, in terms of, there are statistics there that are available around the number of abortions that do take place in terms of Great Britain that provide them. Our new legal framework in that respect, I have asked the question to provide a detailed breakdown in terms of what grounds in which termination of pregnancy have taken place. As we know, in our laws, it's up to 12 weeks for any reason. So there doesn't need to be, in that respect, specific identification as to what the purposes of that termination of a pregnancy has been. But we know that since the laws have came in place into Northern Ireland, we're approximately around 1,100 terminations have now taken place. In terms of the figures in respect of Great Britain, I do have that information, and I would rather just be precise around that. It relates to 2018 statistics that we have from Great Britain. If you just give me 1 second, I should be able to put that at my fingertips. Just don't have it at my fingertips here at the moment in terms of the precise details. Lynn may be able to assist me on that question.
I was just going to say, I've got the stat here for, I know, I meant to actually have this in front of me, I just didn't have time. For Down syndrome, we were talking about roughly 700 abortions a year, 656 in 2019. And I think we also had a stat before that said there was maybe one person travelled from Northern Ireland one of the years. I might be wrong on that. I could check that, and we can check that and sort of submit that.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you, Paul. Just if you get any further information, I'd be really keen to see it. Thank you. My last question just refers to pathways. Paul, I'm just curious, after receiving a diagnosis of a non-fatal fetal abnormality, if a woman decides to carry to term, can you outline any kind of financial support that's available, any counselling support that's available, and also the other side of the argument, looking at women who do not wish to carry to term, what kind of pathways, what do the days after the diagnosis look like for them if they wish to seek an abortion? Just if you have any information on that. Thank you.
So, Cara, I think that's a really good question in terms of what financial support is there to support people, because that came through, and Lynn can talk to this, in terms of the lack of support that many families have felt that they would wanted to have got and that they haven't got. But when we look at the CEDAW recommendations around this, it talks about ensuring appropriate and ongoing support, social and financial, for women that decide to carry on such pregnancies, and yet that wasn't regulated for by Westminster. So they implemented all the other aspects, but they actually didn't put into law provision of support for people that want to go through. So that speaks to the very issue that I'm highlighting about an inequality here and the way in which people with disabilities are treated. So you raise a very important point in terms of that, and that support does need to be made. But the research that has been provided around this, it speaks about and I can refer it to you. There was a 2018 survey carried out in Great Britain, and it was of 1,410 women who had given birth to babies with Down syndrome, and that had been from 2000, so this is over 21 years. And they said that 69% of those women were offered a termination in the very same sentence when they were told about the condition that had been identified. That's 70% that were told about having a termination when the news had just been broken to them. And we know that will have came as a shock to people. We're under no illusions that would have came to a shock. And then after advising that they wanted to continue with the pregnancy, 46% of those women were asked again if they wished to terminate. And that begs the question around the pathways of care and support so that people feel that they have that support, because the evidence would indicate, based on that survey, that it isn't there. And if I can just speak and put on the record, Sarah McNeil, she's married to Peter. She lives in a hockle just outside Ballymena, and she has a little Down syndrome boy, lovely boy with that condition, called Tom. And she has spoken about why she supports this bill. And she said that people shouldn't be blinded by the poor, outdated preconceptions of what Down syndrome is. I thought that our outlook seemed bleak when our doctor first shared her suspicions about our brand new baby, but now I know better. And because I do, I'm going to shout about how amazing our boy is. So there is a real challenge there for us as legislators as to the kind of environment in which this news is provided to people, and then what kind of support is given. And I think we need to be challenging that, and this bill speaks to that. So Lynn, I don't know if you want to pick up on that point as well, just to provide some of your own experiences around this.
There was a call from Nuffield Council in 2017 for new guidance. There's guidance for termination of pregnancy, and the Royal College of Obs and Gynae were asked to rename those guidelines and to expand them to include reference and guidelines for people to continue with pregnancy, and that hasn't come yet. We're still sadly lacking that sort of thing in the rest of the UK. And yeah, we definitely need that. And I think emotional support is definitely the sort of greater thing, because as we all understand, for some people, and it was said to me when my child was born, this might come as a shock, and it is a shock to some people, and we have to help them to understand what it means.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Paul. Just to touch on my last point there, Paul. I know we're stuck for time, but if a woman is diagnosed and she doesn't wish to carry to term, are you saying, if this bill were to pass, that she'd have to travel to receive that kind of healthcare?
Well, obviously this bill in no way is about condemning women, but it's very much intended to send out a clear message as a society that living with a congenital disability is living with a good life. And that's what this legislation speaks to. So we need to provide that support. Obviously this bill speaks to the basis on which a termination of a pregnancy can be permissible in our law is purely on that condition of the non-fatal disability after 12 weeks right up to birth. It doesn't change the abortion law in any other area. That can be a debate for another day. This bill sticks to the single grounds upon which a termination would be granted, and that would be solely on the basis of a non-fatal disability. And that's what this bill would remove as a condition. It would remain intact the other aspects of the abortion law. And obviously one of those areas which has been in Northern Ireland for many years has been around the physical and mental welfare of a mother being grounds in which terminations are permissible, and that has been the case for many years in Northern Ireland. But does this bill remove the grounds in which an abortion can be granted purely because somebody at that preborn stage has a disability? Yes, it does. And I'm clear on that. And I believe that that's very much in line with international best practice and international law. And the United Nations has spoken. People have invoked the United Nations in respect of this issue, and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child makes it clear, because it says it in the convention, that there needs to be special safeguard and care, including appropriate legal protection before as well as after birth. So this is very much in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. So I want the best laws that support and protect both the pre-birth stage of life, and I also want to have the best laws in place that support and protect mothers and families that are going through pregnancies.
Thank you, Paul, and just again to thank the panel for their time as well today, for coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going then to Pam Cameron. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Paul, Lynn and Heidi. And I wanted to speak to you, Heidi, just briefly first, if that's okay. And I just want to say that it's lovely to see you today, Heidi, looking so well. And I wanted to congratulate you on your marriage. I'm sure that was a wonderful day for you and your husband, and indeed for your family. So thank you for being here at lovely. Thank you for being here at committee today, and thank you for all your efforts, Heidi, for your bravery and for your bravery in campaigning to end discrimination towards those with Down syndrome. Could I ask you, Heidi, if you could tell us what supporting this bill means to you personally?
Well, I support this bill because I am someone who has Down syndrome, and I think it's just a fantastic bill. And I think that we should have the same equal protection as any other baby, because my nephew is 10 years old, and I'm 25, but we are still humans, and we should have the right to life.
That's great. Thank you, Heidi.
And I am someone who has Down syndrome. My nephew doesn't. And my nephew doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I wanted to say, Heidi, too, I was looking at your Twitter, and I love your wee quote about seeing my ability and not my disability, and you can certainly see your ability. So that's wonderful. And I wanted to say that I think you are truly inspirational, and I wanted to thank you again. So thank you very much. I just want to move on to the bill to Paul at the stage. Just a very quick one for you, Paul. Thank you for bringing the bill to the Assembly, and just to let you know that my office has been inundated with calls for me personally to support the bill, and obviously I will be doing that. So there are many supporters of the bill, even at this early stage already, from my point of view and from my constituency in South Antrim. Can I ask you, Paul, what wider political support, if any, you've received to date?
Yeah, well, thank you, Pam, and like you, my office has been inundated with correspondence supporting this as well. And obviously, as I indicated in my opening statement, this was bringing forward a piece of legislation based upon the motion that the Assembly passed, and obviously there was the amendment as well, and this was the area where there was the greatest consensus amongst Assembly members in terms of opposition to what had been imposed upon us by Westminster. And so I do hope that there is widespread support going to be expressed on Monday, particularly to allow the Health Committee to actually get into the detailed scrutiny work on this as well. Because I think that is important, that this bill is tested, and I think every piece of legislation should be properly tested and scrutinised, interrogated, and I would hope that the Assembly will allow it to proceed, certainly to that next stage. But the bill is in my name. I accept that because the rules of the Assembly only allow a single MLA to sponsor legislation. I wish it allowed other members to do that. But this bill has been taken forward with a wider political consensus around it. And I know today there has been a press release from the Don't Screen Us Out campaign in terms of this. And I'm really pleased that it has got political support from people like Trevor Lunn, who has indicated that he will be voting in favour of this at the second stage because of the discriminatory aspect of this law when it comes to disability. I'm pleased that Dolores Kelly has given her support to it and publicly now put that on the record in respect of this. And she says, just again for the record, I hope that this bill gets the support it needs and that people with disabilities here in Northern Ireland will be reassured of society's protection and support. So that's very welcome. Robbie Butler, again, who has provided public support today for this in terms of it. And again, he has a quote today in respect of this as to why he's going to be supporting it. And again, he just says that currently abortion law in Northern Ireland does not value the lives of those with disabilities. It's damaging and it's wrong, and that's welcome. And then I've got Councillor Doyle from Into, who has now publicly went on the record that Into are supporting what this bill is about because of the way it discriminates around non-fatal disability. So that's really welcome. And I've made this point before that on these issues, it crosses political boundaries. It should never be viewed in the kind of political identity politics that we have in Northern Ireland, because these issues are issues that we all have shared ambitions and objectives when it comes to tackling discrimination. So I'm really pleased with that public political support that so far has been expressed by a range of MLAs and political parties. But what's been most impactful to me from this bill went public hasn't with respect to the political class of which we're all part of. It's been the voices like Heidi. It's been people like Sarah from Ohackle and Lady Laura. I've listened to another lady, Lindsay, and they've all spoken about how they have children that have this condition and how they support this bill. And some of them have said they're not viewing this through the debate around are you pro-life or pro-choice, and they're viewing it through this is discriminatory legislation. And what does that message say to their child that's going to be growing up in this society? That here's a law that actually pre-birth would have been a grounds for their life to be ended, and they think that that's not something that is appropriate. And they have been the voices that have had the most impact, and it's raising awareness. And I'm really kind of humbled, to be honest, that this is providing a platform for people like that to have a voice and to be heard.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So going then to Jerry Carroll, then Paula Bradshaw, then Jonathan Buckley. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks, Heidi, as well for your comments and contribution. I suppose, Paul, a couple of questions for yourself. I know you didn't have the figures for Cara, but I was wondering if you had any figures around the late termination of pregnancies in the north, and what gestation period they happened, and what the reasons were for those terminations. And what evidence would you have that those decisions were solely or primarily based on disability diagnosis, as you said? Also, are you aware of the number of people from here, from the north, who went to Britain before the legislation changed in relation to seeking a termination after 24 weeks? And specifically as well, how many people, how many cases was that in relation to a cleft palate diagnosis specifically? So I have a few other questions, but I suppose I'll just like to respond to those. Thanks.
Thank you, Jerry. And there's some of those specific questions that I can't provide that detail with, but and apologies to Cara earlier, but I have got now the figures. I've been able to find it amongst some of my papers. So these are figures that we have, the latest ones around 2018. So, and it relates to obviously those that took place in England and Wales. But in England and Wales, there were 3,269 abortions that were undertaken because of what's termed fetal abnormality. And of that, 618 abortions were recorded as cases where Down syndrome was the principal reason. And 18 of those were after 24 weeks, which we know even in our own law in the 1945 Act speaks of the kind of point of viability that people would speak of. So that speaks to the specific kind of figures, and that goes to 2018 in that respect. I've been seeking to get precise figures in terms of Northern Ireland and of questions that have been outstanding now for weeks in terms of getting a response to them. but they're some of the best figures which speak to the kind of general principle that this bill is seeking to address in terms of the number of abortions specifically around the Down syndrome, but in total it was 3,269 around fetal abnormality. And that's the point that I go to, Jerry, around this bill, that the severe fetal impairment is undefined in terms of what does that cover, but it is deliberately mirrored on the 1967 Act, and the 1967 Act speaks about being seriously handicapped, and the interpretation of seriously handicapped includes Down syndrome, cleft lip, club foot, and that's what this law is mirrored upon here in Northern Ireland, and that's why I'm seeking to have it changed. So I appreciate there's some other specifics there that I haven't been able to give an answer to, but obviously that's something that we would want to get more specifics on. I if I can just make the wider point, I accept that in terms of the numbers that we're talking about here, it's small, but that to me speaks to why exactly we as a society, where we seek to protect minorities, we seek to make sure that there isn't discrimination against minorities, is all the more reason why we need to act. And it isn't then, this also has an impact upon those like Heidi, who are very much alive, and yet they see here a piece of legislation that they regard as being discriminatory. So this also speaks to where we are today as a society for both those people who are alive and their families and friends, and how that impacts on how wider society views people that have this condition.
I was going to say, I've got a stat here that we had in one of our press releases in 2016 in Northern Ireland. 52 children were born with Down syndrome and one was aborted. So, you're looking at that sort of stat compared to in Britain, where it's 90% of women who find out that their baby has Down syndrome who go on to abort.
Okay, thanks. And I would take issue, Paul, maybe not in relation to this conversation about, standing up for minorities in terms of your party's own record, supporting welfare reform and other regressive measures, but we'll maybe get into that in another discussion and debate. I wanted to ask you specifically, Paul, as well, have you spoke to any fetal medical consultants at all? And are you aware of the scale of the waiting lists for people who are trying to get access to speech and language therapy in your own constituency as well as other areas across the north?
Well, I have a meeting lined up with the General Medical Council actually tomorrow to speak to them in advance of the debate that's happening tomorrow. And in previous capacities, when this issue was debated at length, in terms of the wider debate around laws here in Northern Ireland, I met with the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecology, and I have had many discussions in terms of this area. And again, this is where the committee has a very important role to call for that evidence and hear directly from people who will be able to give their views on these sorts of things. And I would welcome that engagement. But if I can just, in terms of one of the medical practitioners who I've spoken to and has went on the record on this, Dr. Sarah Harris, who is a general practitioner, but also works in other spheres within our medical. And she says that as a medical professional, I'm involved in supporting individuals throughout their lives' journey from birth to death. I know firsthand how they provide joy and happiness to everyone around them, and I've seen how many of them lead full, vibrant and fulfilling lives with numerous opportunities available to them. And in that context, she goes on to say about this current law, its existence implies that those living with disabilities are in some way inferior and not entitled to the same chance in life as those of us who merely have the privilege of living with good health. Being born with a disability does not make you any less likely to lead a fulfilling life than anyone else. To make this assumption is contrary to everything that I stand for as a medical professional. So, obviously there will be, I think there may well be differing views in the medical profession on this, but that is one medical professional who is very much in favour of what this bill is seeking to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going then to Paula Bradshaw. Go ahead, Paula.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you to panel for being here today. I think this is a really important conversation that we're having this morning. I just want to, since you're here to talk about the general principles of the bill, Paul, I just want to put on record that I have been really engaging with a wide range of opinions on this, and that included on Monday night I attended an online pro-life event, and it was interesting to hear you say that your door is open, because they had indicated that they had tried to secure a meeting with you and you have refused it to date. They feel disenfranchised that you have worked with Care UK that are based in London and did not work with local pro-life groups on this bill. They're disappointed that your party's pledge that the first item on the agenda when the Assembly was restored would be the repeal of the whole abortion regulations. So what do you say to them? They are disappointed that this bill does not outlaw abortion in its entirety. So that's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, and I'm sure CBR will be delighted that you're advocating on their behalf. In terms of that wider debate, again, I'm going to stick very much to what the principles of this bill is about. I appreciate that some members may want to stray into a much bigger debate around abortion law and whether you're pro-life, pro-choice, and that terminology. This bill is about disability discrimination in respect of that. And to that point, I have met with any organisation that has sought to meet with me on this, including that one. So that's obviously inaccurate in terms of from a factual position. But obviously the general principles of this bill relates to disability discrimination legislation, and that's what this is about.
Okay, thank you, Paul. You focused very much on, and thank you to Heidi and Lynn, thank you, Heidi. It's great to have you here today. I've spoken about my aunt who had Down syndrome and how much we loved her as an individual. So I think you're absolutely right to challenge societal attitudes towards people with Down syndrome. So thank you for your contribution this morning. I read last night then the paperwork on Don't Screen Us Out, so I'm going to focus in on that if you don't mind. The screening process at the minute, when they look at Down syndrome, but they're also looking for Edwards and Patai. Are you suggesting through this bill that we would seek to remove that screening process as part of the antenatal services? And would another way be to look at this as the Republic of Ireland, where you would list those severe fetal impairments that could not be terminated on the basis of a diagnosis? As you know, Paul, there's probably about 40 severe fetal impairments, and like a whole wide range that our fetal medicine consultants know a lot more about. It takes them about 18 to 20 years to get to the point where they understand this medicine. Would it not have been better to look at it from the almost isolate Down syndrome and some of the severe fetal impairments and say that they could not be grounds for abortion, as opposed to the whole 40 plus that our medical professionals are looking for in those scans and screening? Thank you.
Well, I suppose, Paula, that speaks to the weakness of the legislation that Westminster imposed upon us, because they didn't define what would be severe fetal impairment in the regulations, and that's one of the problems. And therefore it is that interpretation and mirroring of how that legislation based upon Great Britain and the 67 Act has been implemented. In terms of am I seeking to remove, obviously you have the kind of non-invasive prenatal testing that takes place. I'm fully aware of all of that. No, in terms of if that's going to be a pathway to provide the kind of support that needs to be available for people, that would be my answer to that. But I suppose it's that terminology, and Lynn can speak to this, about screening. And this is why obviously the Don't Screen Us Out is the name of the organisation, because we see in other countries this language about screening out, and we have eradicated this diagnosis as though somehow that's been a cure. And I think that kind of pejorative language we need to be very careful with in terms of what the screening exercise is all about. So Lynn, maybe you want to pick up on that aspect of screening and how that impacts.
Yeah, we are not against screening per se, but we have to make sure that screening is done in a way that sort of reflects how we think in the 21st century. So we will be screening for a much wider range of things going forward, and that's also why this is important. So while you're looking at small numbers today, as you say, Paula, there's lots of other conditions which we are going to widen and bring into screening. So I think in terms of our campaign, it has been a good time with the introduction of NIPT, apart from to stop the kind of discrimination against Down syndrome, to make sure that we're sort of saying, well, why are we screening? How are we doing this? Are we doing it the best way we can? Or are we creating more sort of stigma around congenital conditions? Does that explain?
No, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. And I suppose this all cuts to the heart of the fact that we got the regulations last year. None of us were in the Assembly at that point, and I have said myself and Paul were on TV probably about 3 years ago that I wanted this debate. I wanted anything around abortion legislation or regulations to take place through this sort of process and not through Westminster, but we are where we are with that. So I fully agree. And I'm wondering, again, this is more of a wider statement than a question, whether this is a role maybe for RQIA, which would be our sort of local regulatory body, to actually look at the full range of issues that you have raised here today around the language that's used by our healthcare professionals when a diagnosis is made, the type of screening, the timing of screening, the support services, whether I know that some trusts have a psychologist or a social worker on board if this diagnosis is there, others don't. So there's a lot of work that we need to do in terms of support for the families, because again, I'll put on record, people say I'm pro-abortion. I'm not. I'm pro-choice, but I want to make sure that women are absolutely supported around this issue. So the third question, Paul, is in relation to the potential that if this bill passes into law, that women will seek an abortion before 24 weeks under the grounds of mental or physical impairment. And when I met with the fetal medicine consultants on Friday evening, they were saying that there's the potential, when you get a diagnosis at 20 weeks, whether it's whatever condition it is, whatever impairment it is, it takes a couple of weeks then for further tests or scans or other investigatory work to take place that may take women over the 24 weeks, which then means that there's a potential that women will use that grounds in law to have an abortion at 23 weeks plus 6 days, rather than give themselves the opportunity to find out the full facts so they can make a full informed decision as to whether they would carry the fetus to term. So can you speak to the potential unintended consequences from this sort of amendment? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Paula. I think that argument can be equally applied to every other form of pregnancy. Because obviously, we're all familiar now with the law. It's up to 12 weeks for any reason. The issue that I have, and I believe others have, is that after 12 weeks, there are 3 grounds on which a termination that can then be permissible under the law, and that's obviously around the mother's physical, mental health. Then it is on what's termed the fetal abnormality, the life-limiting conditions, and then based upon severe fetal impairment. So all of the other types of pregnancies up to 12 weeks, you are then, in terms of the preborn stage, they are protected in law after 12 weeks. But here we have a category which is singled out as not being protected. So I think the argument that you speak to around, is that going to then lead to people, mothers in particular, making the case around their physical and mental health as a reason why they can't proceed with the pregnancy? That can be equally applied to every other form of pregnancy that is no longer permissible under the law after 12 weeks. So I don't think that's unique in terms of the context of this law that discriminates on the grounds of disability.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, I've got one very small question, very small.
Very brief, Paula, please.
You'll be aware that the Iona test can be purchased for £320 in our private healthcare providers at 10 weeks, and that can identify the 3 Patau, Edwards and Down syndrome. So there's the potential, based on what you've just said there, that if a woman got that scan at 10 weeks, then she could terminate the pregnancy. So what you're doing almost is creating a situation where women who have means and money could get a termination, and those that don't have the money couldn't. So what's your response to sort of the socio-economic consequences of this? Thank you.
Well, again, I don't believe this should be viewed through the kind of economic advantages or disadvantages when it comes to classes around our society, and I wouldn't want to view the protection of people with disabilities on that basis. So I don't accept that narrative around this. That if you have the means to pay, I suppose we need to look at what has happened, and Lynn can speak to this better than I can. Where you have the non-invasive prenatal testing that's taking place in Great Britain, what has been the consequences of that? It's led to an increase of termination for people who have Down syndrome, and that in terms, how does that help when we have a duty to promote and defend people with disabilities, when actually that process has led to greater disadvantage for that minority grouping within our society? But Lynn will be able to give better examples on that than me.
Yeah. Just to be clear, the Iona test or any of the other tests are still screening tests, so they will provide a screening result, and for, say, a younger woman, they're not very reliable at all, and for women in an older age group, they are quite reliable, but they are just another screening test. So although people can maybe get results at that time, I don't see that would be a major sort of issue, because, as I say, you still have to go in and have all the different tests. That's what. There was a report in the Sunday Times around some hospitals in England, NHS hospitals that are using NIPT, to say that births have been reduced by 30% in those hospitals compared to hospitals that aren't using NIPT. And I think that's the issue we have to keep coming back to, is that we can introduce new tests and whatever, and we just don't seem to be hitting the issues here, which is women are still seem to be scared of this, the outcome, and it's such a speculative thing about how your life is going to be. And what we know, as Heidi has said, is that people that have children with Down syndrome are happy. Research is telling us that, and that's where it's all very different from. It's about abortion. It's about women being reassured that actually their life's not going to be bad. Their life is still going to be good.
No, thank you. And I fully understand that. I was just really trying to get the technicalities of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Going then to Jonathan Buckley. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank Paul for briefing us on the general principles of the bill. And I do look forward to further scrutiny at different stages following the debate. On Monday, I will be supporting the bill, and I support the intentions of it. I believe that the current law is both discriminatory and wrong, and I do so also on behalf of the thousands of constituents in Upper Bann who have been in touch with me, who equally believe that it is discriminatory and wrong. But I want to talk, and I'm excited to talk and see Heidi with us today. So Heidi, thank you very much for your briefing to the committee. You're very, very welcome. You have been an inspirational young lady for disability rights. I've known many people who now know you as a household name in Northern Ireland for everything that you've done. So thank you very much. You have given a voice to those who have otherwise felt voiceless for far too long in this process. So we really do thank you for that. But I want to hear about your life. I want you to tell us what led you to be involved in a campaign such as this, and also how day to day you find the discriminatory legislation in relation to your life.
Well,
tell about your life.
Oh, well, I'm Heidi Crowter, and I got married in July 2020 to an amazing man called James Carter. He's gorgeous. He also has that program. I look into bits, and
do you remember, Heidi, in 2016, that was your first, when you were outside Parliament?
Absolutely. And then so basically, how I got involved in this, me and my mum met an amazing lady called Lynn. and then
spoke outside Parliament.
I spoke outside Parliament, and I outside Parliament. And the reason why I got involved in this is because in 2018, the government were going to bring in NIPT, but they were going to bring it through without consultation. So this was a fantastic campaign led by an amazing lady.
Okay. Well, thank you. Can I ask you, how does it make you feel when you hear people talk about crisis pregnancies and devastating diagnosis because a baby has Down syndrome? How does that make you feel as an individual?
It makes me feel that I've seen it be here. It makes me feel that I have to go back to my mom's womb.
Okay. Well, look, we really do appreciate you coming to the committee today, and we look forward to further engagement with you as this process continues. Lynn, can I ask you a final question, because I know we are tight for time? What impact has the law had in Great Britain in influencing how the medical profession respond to pregnancies that...
Sorry?
Oh.
No, sorry. Is it me or?
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn. Please.
Sorry, I've lost. Yeah, I think that it's exactly what we said. Everything's become very medicalised, and people are trying to convey a life based on a list of medical issues, and you simply can't do that. And I think that's, as a society, we've come to realise that disability shouldn't be assessed. A life with disability shouldn't be assessed on a list of medical issues. You don't meet someone and they immediately tell you all about their medical issues, because you will begin to judge their life. It's something that you might start to talk about, when you meet them. I wouldn't meet you and say, well, I've got a heart condition, and but that's very much how this is introduced. It's introduced as a medical list of things, and people then, that's what's in their head. It's like, how am I going to deal with that? And that's very much only a little part of life and not the fuller part of life. And we actually don't know. It's so speculative. This list is so speculative. Nobody's going to have everything on this list. And there's also some things that people with Down syndrome, for instance, are less likely to get cancer tumours than the rest of society. But again, we don't present this sort of positive news. So it probably becomes very negatively focused. And it's because we haven't been consulting with people with Down syndrome, they don't understand that this is not how a life is.
And finally, have women and fathers felt supported to continue with pregnancy? Has that been an experience?
No. We can say that I think people that were told, that were given the news, at best, there's just under 50% of them were told in a negative manner. And some people were told in a neutral manner, and one or two in a positive manner. But almost half the people were told in a negative manner. And my daughter was born 21 years ago, and actually my experience, I now know, was actually fine. But the stories that I hear right up until this year are that people, even when they've made a decision, I had a couple come to me earlier in the year, even when they've made the decision, the next scan they went to, they were taken into a room and they were told, there's a region here in the brain and it's okay now, but if it's not okay the next time, you can then, think about your decision. And they were saying to me, we've already made our decision. Why are they questioning us? So, we just they can't seem to get away from that, because there's always this thing where you can abort up to birth. So, we'll have to keep checking in with you on the way that you're sure about what you want, this sort of gaslighting that women are sort of exposed to.
Okay, well, thank you. And can I thank Lynn and thank Heidi and Paul, and I look forward to further engagement as we go through this bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, and can I just say, remind members that we're here to discuss the principles of the bill, and I don't want those who have come along to be put on the spot with personal type questions in that regard. We respect the fact that they're here to assist in terms of this principles of the bill. So I'm going to Alan Chambers, please, Alan.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to thank Heidi and Lynn and Paul for their presentation this morning. It's been very useful. Over the last 3 weeks, Chairman, I've received a huge postbag of emails and letters around this particular bill. And if any of the people who have contacted me are actually listening this morning, can I apologise to any of those who haven't yet received a response from me, but I am working my way through that, and everyone will receive an acknowledgement from me. I find this a very emotive and a very sensitive subject, Mr. Chairman, but I welcome the forthcoming debate around this very focused piece of legislation that is designed to protect against disability discrimination, and I will be supporting it as it makes its way through the Assembly process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, listen, I want to thank all of our panel for coming along today. I want to thank the mover of the bill, Mr. Paul Givan, MLA, Lynn Murray, and also I want to thank you, Heidi, for coming along today and for assisting the committee in its consideration of the principles of the bill at this stage. Thank you very much, and good luck to you all, and please take care and stay safe in the time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay happy.
You too, Heidi. Bye, Heidi. Bye. Okay, members. So, can members hear me? Can you hear me there? Okay, Clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Members,
a point.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
So it's just to be clear, we're discussing the general principles of the bill. So, I know some members have declared their positions, which is up to them, but we still haven't heard from the Human Rights Commission and indeed others. So it's just to make that clear. This is just about general principles of the bill.
Yeah. Okay, and in relation to that, the second stage of the bill is scheduled for debate on Monday. And as Chair, I will outline the committee's position on the principles of the bill and the consideration that we have had of the bill today. So there are two options then, essentially, that the committee at this stage takes a position on the principles of the bill, or the alternative position is that we take no position at this point in time on the principles of the bill. So that's really what we need to consider now.
Well, Chair, I don't think the committee can take a position, even though personal members have outlined their position. I'm asking that the committee don't until we hear from the Human Rights Commission, because that would actually undermine the arguments we made in preparation for discussion on the general principles of the bill in the first place.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Jonathan and then Jerry. Have Jonathan and then
individual members will have views on this bill. That'll be expressed, no doubt, on Monday. But I do agree with Carol's point that I don't think the committee is in a position to give its position at this stage. I think that's been done before, where the committee wouldn't form an opinion until committee stage. So I'm happy to support Carol's proposal, if that was a proposal, that we don't form a committee opinion at this stage.
Okay, so I'm going to Jerry, and then I do see Paula's indication. I'll come to you next, Paula. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, sure. I agree. I think at this stage we can't make a decision because there's a lot of information that's just incomplete. We haven't received, and the proposer didn't have a lot of that today. So I would like, I'm opposed to the bill, just to put that on the record and to be upfront. And I would like to see the committee at a later stage, when it has all the evidence in front of it, taking a position to oppose the bill as it currently stands. But I think for now, we have an incomplete set of information and we can't take a position. Thanks.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely. I don't think we're in a position to take a committee view on this, but I just wanted to address an issue that Jonathan just raised there. I talked about a devastating diagnosis on the radio. I wasn't talking about Down syndrome. I was talking about the broad range of severe fetal impairment. And I have heard from a lot of parents who do see it as a devastating diagnosis for a much loved baby, much wanted. So it was in the broad terms, and I thought that was a very low of Jonathan to try and pin that against Down syndrome. I have spoken very personally and publicly about family members who have Down syndrome, and I think it was outrageous of you to do that, Jonathan.
Sure, I would like to respond. Firstly, I did not mention any member's name. And secondly, I, as a member, am entitled to ask how people with Down syndrome, such as Heidi, for her opinion when language like that is used. So I did not name any member, and I will not.
Okay, members. So I think there is broad agreement that we don't take a position at this stage of the bill. Are members content with that?
Content.
Yeah, members content. Okay, thank you, members. So moving on then, we have SR 2021/39 to consider today. It's the Health Protection Coronavirus International Travel Amendment number 7, Regulations NI 2021. So members, agenda item 8 is this SR. I can advise that Lynn is here today to brief the committee on the provisions of the SR. Members will recall that a number of issues were raised at last week's meeting in relation to it, particularly around the provision in relation to offences under the Fraud Act, and the committee agreed to write to the department to seek further information on this. A response has now been received from the department and is included at tab 8.5 of the table pack. The response provides further information in relation to the Fraud Act. So can I now welcome Miss Elaine Colgan, who is Chief of Staff to the Chief Medical Officer. Elaine, are you able to hear us there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, hearing you there, Elaine, thank you. So if you want to go ahead and outline your briefing in relation to this SR, please.
Okay. So good morning, or good afternoon, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to brief on this amendment, which is the 2021/39, so it was amendment number 7 for this year for the travel regulations. In February, we undertook a Northern Ireland specific review of the sectoral exemptions, which followed the English review, and Scotland and Wales did the same. This amendment implemented the changes brought about by that specific Northern Ireland review, and they also made some changes to exemptions that were agreed UK-wide by ministers. So I'll summarise these changes. Firstly, in order to remove the blanket exemptions from travel restrictions for all applicable sectors, the regulations introduced categories of exemptions. So there was 3 categories of exemption. The first one was that those who availed of them would have a requirement to self-isolate when not undertaking the activity which provided the exemption. Category 2 or Category B was for those people that would be required to self-isolate for non-UK based individuals. And Category C was a requirement where the self-isolation should not apply at all. The second change for this amendment was permission for aircraft and vessels from countries listed in Schedule 6, which is known as the red countries. So permission for those vessels and aircraft to come to Northern Ireland if they are operated by or in support of a foreign country, where UK government has first provided written confirmation that they are travelling to undertake official business in the UK. The third change in the amendment was the removal of exemptions for road passenger transport workers, tunnel system workers, Eurotunnel inspectors, people receiving healthcare or live donors, UK workers who regularly work abroad or workers who live abroad but regularly work in the UK, and finally seasonal agricultural workers. Prior to the decision to remove these exemptions, a consultation was carried out between ourselves and the other relevant government departments who were impacted to make sure that the removal of these wouldn't have an adverse impact here. The next change was the requirement for information regarding pre-departure test result notification, to include whether the test was a PCR test, and if not, the name of the device that was used for the test. The regulations also made changes to some of the countries included in Schedule 6, which is the red countries, and it added Azores, Madeira, South Africa, the UAE into those countries, and included the Azores and Madeira in the list of countries and territories from which vessels were prohibited from arriving into Northern Ireland. And these addressed alignment with England provisions that we hadn't addressed previously. And finally, as you mentioned, there was an inclusion of a reference to the Fraud Act in the provision for self-incrimination to allow information and evidence provided on the passenger locator form to be used in any subsequent prosecution for any offence under this UK-wide Act. And as you mentioned, a written response did issue to committee, and I'm happy just to run through the main points of that if helpful. So the provision allows the information on the passenger locator form to be used as a prosecution under the Fraud Act. Providing false or misleading information then can attract offences under the Fraud Act, and departmental officials gave consideration to the offending behaviour, including travellers to Northern Ireland providing dishonest information on their PLF. The main reason that this was raised was in the context of managed isolation being introduced in England, and they made the change at the same time as that was introduced, so that the information could that fraud was seen as perpetrating fraud if you lied on your passenger locator form or provided false information in order to avoid managed isolation, because you got a financial gain by failing to have to pay for the managed isolation. When Northern Ireland doesn't have direct international flights and doesn't have managed isolation in place, because we don't really need it until we have international flights, then there was the potential for someone to provide false information on their passenger locator form to avoid managed isolation in England, and so we felt that it was merited to introduce that here at this point, and that it was proportional to the health risk of the increase or the potential importation of a variant of concern into Northern Ireland. Colleagues in Department of Justice and PSNI were consulted on the inclusion and raised no issues. And just to note finally that whilst 10 years imprisonment is the maximum sentence available under a conviction or indictment, most, if not all, convictions that may result from this would carry a much lower sentence. So I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Elaine. So firstly from me, what feedback did the PSNA and the Department of Justice give you in relation to including reference to the Fraud Act in this SR?
They confirmed that from their perspective they had no issues with it.
Okay, and then can you outline a scenario where someone would be likely to face charges of fraud following this regulation?
It's not so much that we're actively pursuing this necessarily, it's just adding in the option that that it is now considered to be that the information in your form could be used to provide evidence if a case was being taken against the Fraud Act. We haven't said that this is an active enforcement measure. What we have said that is if a prosecuting authority wants to take a prosecution against you under the Fraud Act, then the information on your passenger locator form could be used for that.
But have you considered what sort of scenario, or have you kind of forward that for unforeseen consequences, where that may be used in a way that you're saying it's in there as a kind of a safeguard, not intended to be used? So you must have an idea of what you would consider appropriate use of it.
So the Fraud Act itself has so trying to best describe this. So the Fraud Act, those that prosecute under the Fraud Act aren't affected. We haven't sort of actively approached them and asked them to actively chase people for this offence. So we are engaging with PSNI to see if they would regularly take prosecutions under the Fraud Act, but we haven't asked them to for this. So we will have to see what they come back with. We haven't identified any unintended consequences as yet. If anyone has any information on unintended consequences, we're more than happy to consider that.
Okay, I'm going to go to members there. I'm going first to Pam and then I see Jonathan. So Pam, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Elaine. You're fast becoming a permanent member of this committee with all your attendance.
It does feel that way.
I look forward to the day when we don't see so much of each other, yes.
Thank you.
But yes, Elaine, it's indicated that part of the SR exemptions for those receiving healthcare have been removed. Can you tell us a bit more about this and what this relates to and who could be affected? That's my only question.
Yes, so the exemption for healthcare was removed really because we didn't anticipate that there would be demand or any high demand for people to travel internationally to Northern Ireland to receive healthcare. We don't have a large private market here. We did consider that kind of context. That was the first thing we considered. The second thing we considered was the environments into which they would be coming. So healthcare environments pose a greater risk because of the infections that's there generally in healthcare. And so we wouldn't have wanted people not to be in self-isolation if they had been in that sort of environment. So we for both reasons, we removed it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that it, Pam? Yep. Yep. Okay, go on to Jonathan. Jonathan Buckley, please.
Chair, you've answered or asked my questions, so I'm fine, thank you. No.
Okay, so another one then, just Elaine, from me in terms of has anyone been charged with the fraud element to date, and what plans has the department to monitor and review that position ongoing?
Not that I'm aware of. In order to be taken under the Fraud Act for this, there would need to be a prosecution. So that would go through the normal prosecutory method in Northern Ireland, which would be forwarding to Public Prosecution Service for consideration. So it would be a lengthy enough procedure, and we will keep monitoring that. But as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been anything action taken on that.
And how would you monitor it? How would the information flow to you, or what channels have you set up to ensure you're aware at all times of the impact this is having on the ground?
Well, we have a weekly meeting with all of the kind of governmental stakeholders on the travel generally, and PSNI are part of that, as our border force, local border force colleagues. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we are engaging with PSNI to see if the Fraud Act is something that they prosecute. We also have an operational group with UK government colleagues who are involved in enforcement in England. So we can, through that group, seek a way to monitor whether there's any cases being taken in England for forwarding to the Northern Ireland Public Prosecution Service, if that makes sense. So we can investigate if that's happening and that we wouldn't get it from PSNI. So using those two mechanisms, we should be informed of any cases that would be going forward.
Okay, thank you. I have Orlia and then Jerry. So go ahead, Orlia.
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, Elaine, so I suppose it's similar to Pam's point that she made. A lot of this seems really repetitive at times whenever we're, in our questioning with yourself around some of these ASRs. But it might sound like it's stating the obvious and you've heard it all before, but is there a reason why, when the department and your team were consulting with the PSNI and the Department of Justice around some of the aspects of this statutory rule, is there a reason why the committee couldn't have been consulted at an earlier stage as opposed to, just receiving this information today?
Time is really the only reason, Orlia, and it's just the pace at which these things are happening, and it is a real challenge, and it's something that we are struggling with as well. Ideally, and I think it was mentioned the previous time I came to committee, we would be submitting SL1s to committee before we make the regulations, giving you an opportunity to consider the policy change that's being brought forward. We still do keep in the back of our head that at some point we would really like to get back to that process where we have time to issue an SL1. But at the moment, the turnaround is so rapid, and it's just such a challenge at pace that the earliest we're able to do anything really is the SL5, at which the point at which the regulations are made. But please do be reassured that we would prefer to get back to the point where we are informing committee of these things earlier, and if there is an opportunity to do so, we will do that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, Elaine, and I appreciate that, and hopefully, because I know maybe a lot of this is you are having to react, really quickly to these things. But hopefully, because we're now a year into it, that space and time will start to open up where you can be bringing them forward as SL1s as opposed to the statutory rules, and the committee can have a bit more of an input. But thank you.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank you. And Jerry, please. Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Lynn. Elaine, it's not specific to this SR, but I know you've obviously came before us with pretty much all of them, or the vast majority of them. So it's something that I think for yourself and your team and the department, I suppose, mainly to put on the radar. The Detail website have revealed that in terms of community response notices served by the PSNI, 5.4% were given to people from BAME backgrounds. That's 5.4%. This is despite the group making up around 1.8% of the total population. So I think that's very, very concerning. For me, points towards unfair targeting of communities, and presumably that's mostly around the Black Lives Matter protest. But to me, that suggests that there needs to be extra work done, if not by yourself, then by the department, to ensure that these regulations are fair, aren't discriminatory, and aren't targeting people who don't need to be targeted, if you will. So I appreciate you may not have that information, but I just wanted to share that for yourself and for other members of the committee as well.
Thanks, Jerry. The community response notices are issued under the general restrictions rather than travel. So the travel ones, the only thing that is issued by police is a fixed penalty notice or not. However, it is a valid point that you've raised, and I'm happy to take that away and work just to liaise with PSNI on that and see if there's any action that they're looking into on that for the general restrictions.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And just a very quick one from me then as well. It's kind of occurs to me on the back of some of what we've discussed, Lynn, but how do you ensure, say, a wide range of people coming in, say something as basic as literacy problems or being able to read the form and fill the form out correctly? What monitoring is the department taking to ensure that no one's discriminated against in terms of equality in that respect?
So the first thing is around literacy problems. There is a helpline on at the start of the form on the UK government page that you can phone if you have difficulty for any reason in completing the form, and there's people at the other end of that phone who can provide you with assistance. On the language, the non-English speaking language issue, the NI Direct, I can get you details of this, more details of this in writing. It's also that NI Direct have been doing some work on the general translation of the site. And we've also been working quite heavily in the last couple of weeks of trying to make the information in NI Direct more easily understood on travel. It is a very complex area, and it is very difficult to convey the information succinctly in a way that enables people to quickly get the answer to their particular travel query. But we've done the best that we think we can on that and updated the information. But I can provide you some information on what NI Direct has now done on that as well, generally.
Yeah, and I think you need to redouble your efforts in that respect, given that this is a fairly significant increase in terms of the punitive outcome that this could have. I think then there's a responsibility on you to make sure that that's working and people are being supported. So listen, thanks, Elaine. Thank you for that. I think that's all we have for members. Thanks for your appearance today once again at committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Okay, members. Before I go on to our formal consideration, I can advise that this is the committee's last opportunity, and it's subject to the SR subject to negative resolution. The examiner has since reported that the SR is in breach of the 21-day rule, but she's content with the reason for that and has no other issues to raise. I do think this is an issue that we would want to keep a bit more of an eye on, even if we do agree to formally allow the rule through. I think it's something that we should be including a request to the department that they would keep us updated, and maybe we revisit this one again in a number of weeks, say 10 or 12 weeks, just to see if this is having unforeseen impacts or unequal impacts. So with that, our members agreed with that before I put that we add that, and then I put the formal. Yeah. Okay, so can I... if there's no other comments from members, I'll go to the formal consideration. No. Okay, the Committee for Health, can we agree I ask the members to agree formally that the Committee for Health has considered SR 2021/39, the Health Protection, Coronavirus International Travel, Amendment number 7, Regulations 2021, and has no objection to the rule. Are we agreed?
Great, Chair.
Thank you. So members, I then propose to take a very short break just to allow broadcasting, which will have to come to an end, and we return there at 13:35, please, just to go through the correspondence and the forward work programme. And if we could ask members to return, I will try to get that done as quickly as we can today. So we're taking like a 2-minute break. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just to mention, if a member leaves at this stage or exits out, it'll be difficult to get back into the meeting just because we're not being broadcast and it's not being managed. So if you have to leave your desk, just sort of leave your.
Well, do you know what? Maybe we should just try. Maybe we should just go ahead. If we can end broadcasting, take a pause to end broadcasting, but stay in the meeting, and we go immediately to correspondence. Maybe we'll get that addressed. Okay.
Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Senate Chamber, Programme Sound.